Friday, July 21st, 2023, episode 145 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
So always someone explain it to me.
Absolutely. Now, I have something that I suspect people will want to talk about, and I'll run you through it. But before I do, there is something I want to share. But even before I do that, I'm going to read a couple of comments. We're going to start since we've got a few. Josh is first here out of the blocks. I can't wait. This is 2:01 p.m. today, so Josh was almost 6 hours ahead of schedule. Well done. Wow. I can't wait to hear the comparison between Beckett releasing news through email and the ComC PSA announcement. We'll get to that tonight. That'll be part of it. Dakota here, Sports Code Anonymous says, I was promised scholarly content and a Carlos hand-signed tag case for watching tonight. Well, quick side point. Dakota already knows this, but my coaster's been cracked, Bobby. It has been cracked. My coaster... I've been saying for the longest time, this is the elite coaster maker of the hobby. Bobby, I am downgrading it tonight. It is the Alibaba coaster maker of the hobby. They have failed me. It is cracked, and I don't know about the integrity of my coaster holding capabilities. Will it hold up to liquids? I don't even know.
Probably not.
This is deeply disturbing. I was disturbed by this all week. Deeply disturbed.
When one takes their mug and slams down on the coaster, one might think maybe that will crack the plastic.
That's called trash. That's called lack of quality control. What kind of coaster maker doesn't test their coaster? You do stress testing on the coaster, Eric. God, unbelievable. Paul says, I was promised Eric eating an entire jar of mayo, perhaps.
God damn it.
Dakota says, I knew I forgot one of the promises. Fair. David Sports Cards. Dom, good evening. I was promised absolutely nothing, and I'm happy to be here. Good evening. Absolutely. James says, sun's out, guns out. Love it. Bobby's ready to go for that. Paul says, evening all. Absolutely. Tag, you're it. Hey, you love your coasters. Head out the National. They got them. $10,000 plus cards. You can have a huge coaster. It'll be amazing. And good evening to Yannick. Perfect. All right. So I know kind of what we wanted to talk about. I laid out a little bit of the lay of the land for Bobby and Eric, but before we do that, there's something very exciting that I need to speak on for just a moment, and we will come back to it later on in the show. I vaguely shared this with Eric, but the people need to see this. This is very important. And those of you who watch the show know where I'm going to go with this, but I need to show you. Crumble is coming to Ontario officially.
All right, official.
It is official. We got the promotional things. Look, Rogers Center, look, it's all there. Oh my God.
It's going to be right downtown?
It's going to be at Heartland.
Where?
Heartland Town Center. Over in Mississauga, yeah.
Center?
Yep. They got those big plazas over in Heartland, over in that side of Mississauga.
Okay. So we're very excited about this, obviously.
We are. We're going to come back to it, but
I
just want to make it clear off the top.
And we want to make sure that people in the Toronto area get the new promo code for after
first the mockery. I wanted to make sure we cover that. This is our positivity for now. We're going to come back to that. We're coming back to that.
There's a promo code we have to give people
after. Okay. We're coming back to it. We got to focus. I wanted to start with it because I was very excited about it. It's very exciting.
Yeah, this is big news for us. Big news.
Apparently next week is the official grand opening in the store. They're actually starting to do. They're actually doing now little where they will have people meet up at these. They've actually got gigantic crumble cookies at various locations, and they're doing these things. They did one at Square One, Bobby. With they had a giant crumble cookie at Square One, and you could get free crumble cookies. I was like, oh, you're making the media blitz. I like where you're going with this. I'm just saying.
So,
but
would it be a giant cookie and you got to nibble on the crumbles?
Listen, I don't know. I don't know what to say, Bobby. I wasn't there. I wish I was, but now I don't know. We'd find out. See, Dakota didn't know I was going to go there, but I needed to go there. It was very important.
Mm-hmm.
James said, there you go, James. I love it. I didn't know Crumble had single cookie bar. I didn't know. We're going to learn a lot today. We're going to learn a lot. All right, I've seen some buzz on Twitter this evening about the national trade nets being canceled by the hotels apparently pushing back on the hobbies full of collectors. I know they've pushed back on it, but my understanding is that the national has some say in it and the hotels themselves have some say in it. So I don't know how that's going to play into it. So I've heard about it. I don't know the specifics. 540 Flips says, is Eric's head bigger tonight or is it just a different camera angle?
I listen, the private investigator in which I hired says he's close. He has narrowed it down that this son of a bitch lives somewhere on the east coast. So we're getting closer. We're going to find you.
Amazing.
Hmm.
Kathy, good evening, Kathy. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the well wishes last week. Doing better. Eric is taking great care of me. Wholesome. Hashtag wholesome.
Love you, Mom.
Glad you're feeling better, Kathy. All right, let's talk about the other thing now. I was excited about the crumble cookie news, but we need to focus for a moment. All right. So before I get into the specifics of what we're going to talk about here, and there's a little bit that some ground we need to cover, I need to take us back for a moment. Let us go back in time, Bobby. We're going to go in the Wayback Machine, all the way back to the heady days of last Friday. Big Scott here says, does Mike think the scandal will have any impact on the eBay store for Ty? So I'm going to quickly chime in and say no. The hobby does forget. The news cycles are short. We're having some fun with it now. But honestly, if Ty after this basically leaves it be, I think it'll blow over in a couple of days, and then we'll be on to national talk again. You'll be talking comfortable shoes in no time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, but I agree with Carlos.
As you should. Carlos is right. And on the week of my birthday, no less, you should agree with me.
And you know, autographs is not. If you look at the store, there's very few either non-pack pulled, in-person kind of autographs. That's not something we do a lot anyway. So if you're looking for a XYZ PSA 8 of a card, that shouldn't affect it at all. Why would that matter?
Heady days of a week ago.
Volume really went down on that. I don't know if you know that.
Oh no, I know. I turned it out a little bit because there was a little bit of a bouncing up on it. Anyway, the point is that last week, notice the caveat. I said if nothing is said, if lays low, basically doesn't do anything else, just making clear a certain piece of it, and Mike also agreed. So just so we're all on the same page. Also, by the way, it's funny he mentioned the thing about the autograph thing because the Sports Car Radio guy obviously talked about a Bob Gibson autograph that was a little bit of a questionable provenance. So funny that he mentioned that. that was part of the thing in the week as well. I'm not going to focus on that, but I am going to talk about some of the other pieces. We're
That
going
was
to
a
touch on
left-hand
that.
signature when you're right-handed. Anyways.
Yeah, it was very interesting. But like I said, I'm not going to spend too much time on too much conjecture. But let's talk about, I guess, our case study in PR management. I guess is what we're going to call this. I don't know what to say. Okay, so let me touch on what we know. Obviously, if anybody was paying attention to it, a lot of folks watched the Sports Car Radio thing. There was a poster that looked like it was chasing cardboard. I assume it. I can't say yes or can't say no. You can spoof some of that stuff pretty easy. I'm going to take it face value. But basically it said, keep my name out of your mouth. I'm not going to get into that. If it was the real account, that would be ill-advised. But I think the other piece that a lot of people did catch on to that I think is more relevant to the conversation was that on the Rock video, the comments were turned off. And if anybody goes to check for it today, the Rock video is gone.
Oh.
As is Mike's video. It's talking about this as well. Both of those are actually gone. So those are gone. Now, there is one other piece of the puzzle that I'll add in there. Before the Rock video was taken out, and I'm actually genuinely surprised, I mentioned it to Eric, I'm genuinely surprised that no one else saw it. I don't know how long it was up for. That's the part that I'm a little bit interested in because I don't know how long it was actually not up for. But there was an alternate version of the actual description. There was a short version that a lot of people I think saw before the video was taken down. So I'm going to open it up here on my end. And I'll share it with you guys. But there was another version of it. Wasn't quite as nice as the first one. So we'll get into that. So let's see here.
Pot. There we go.
Well, we're going to see. Yeah, that was not chasing cardboard last night? Probably. We'll have to see. Font size is different. You can't control the font size on the actual StreamYard thing. But you can spoof the actual account, so that's true. Usually you got to put like a spacing on it or something different. But that's why I say I'm not going to assume that one. But this one was actually on the Chasing Cardboard video before it was altered. So I will show this one here.
Are they going to have to change their name to Chasing Autographs? Anyways.
I have no idea. I have no idea, my man. All right, so I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see it a little bit better. So this is actually, like I said, this was in the comments section, the description, before originally when it was originally altered to turn off comments. So we have turned off comments. It's a shame there's so many minions chasing their tails trying to pin us into a corner. It simply won't work. If we indeed wanted to expose the absolute disgust on the other side of of this discussion, we would, but we won't because we have more respect for the hobby, and for our amazing audience that is here to watch the content that breathes life and enjoyment into their lives. # keep chasing.
Yeah.
Probably not the approach that I would take. So that was on there for however long it was on there, and then it got switched over to a one-line thing that was, stay tuned for, the results of the, the autograph authentication, whatever. So that was the alternative version. So there were two versions of it. That's why I said I was a little surprised that no one caught that one. I took the screen grab at the time, and then by the morning it was gone.
So I made this quick comment with you a few minutes ago, and I'll say it
Go
again.
ahead.
There is only one show on the YouTubes that can get away with insulting their viewers and calling their viewers names, and it's this one. If there's any other YouTubers out there who think talking down to your to your viewers and calling them stupid and minions and all that, and somehow that is going to benefit you in the long run, I would like to let you know that that's not how it works. That only works here. These idiots over here in the chat, they're in on the joke.
Allegedly, we hope.
Isn't that how the cookie crumbles, though?
Yeah. Well, secretly, as far as we know, you absolutely love mayo. So I think there's a lot of characters.
That's
in this
disgusting. So if you are on any other show besides this one, and you're calling your viewers names and insulting them, that's not beneficial.
IRP is kind of in there too. So
that's true. There's a little bit of that. That's right.
Yeah, but that's when they're swearing at me.
Eric sharing his youth by calling it the YouTubes. True.
The YouTubes.
Eric is correct. Now give him cookies. Hey, maybe we'll come back to the promo.
Yeah.
Philly Joe, good evening. Absolutely. Paul says when the goal is to maximize money, which he knows would do better with the COA, it's about as dumb as it gets. That's true. That is an issue. Dom's got it right. Chocolate sticks. That's right. You want cookies or chocolate sticks? Man? What are you doing?
Go for a chocolate stick.
There you go. So anyway, that one I thought was interesting just because, like I said, I was surprised that no one else caught it during that time period. I don't know how long it was up. So I did grab it, and then I noticed that it got changed overnight. And then obviously now it's been taken down entirely. So now the video's gone and Mike's video's gone.
But what was it changed to, though?
I was changed to like a one-line generic, like stay tuned for the results of the autograph authentication, which was much more palatable. It was just very straightforward. It wasn't making reference to the comments being turned off at all. Okay. So that's why it was a lot more like, it's almost like somebody got to it and go, hey, what the heck are you doing? Change it over.
Yeah, I guess they wanted to get rid of minions. So
yeah, minions probably wasn't the optimal text that I would have used on that, especially if you're trying to because by that point that was Monday, the time that screen grab was from. So at that point, like it was over the weekend. Why are you continuing it by leaving? You're leaving ammunition that somebody could pick up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. James's pride is a dangerous thing.
Say, I'm sorry. Boom. It's done in 3 days.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason I played that clip. Like the standard is there's a quick news cycle and then it's done. You don't really have to do anything after that. It's over.
Some people are never wrong, though.
Yeah.
They often think they're just mistaken.
I think though one thing that's interesting is obviously removing the videos then opens up to, because I've already seen the response videos of it now. Oh, they brought down the videos. They took it down. Now, one other thing, again, I'm just keeping it at face value. Here's the thing. I don't care. Like Ziggy said there was a good possibility that the account was getting spoofed on the Sports Car Radio thing, which is fine. That's why I kind of downplayed it. That comment though was pulled from the actual channel, from the actual description. I know that because I grabbed the screen grab myself. So I know the source for which that one came from. But pulling down the videos is pulling down the videos. That part's straightforward. And that opens up a new line of like questions. Now, one other thing that I'll bring up, and this is something that you can go validate yourselves. And this one I have no answer for. I have no idea what it's about. I have no idea if there's anything to it. If you do the Social Blade thing, you guys can ever pull up a video and you can see kind of when a channel's made, how many uploads they've got, a lot of information about it. It's not 100%, it's not perfect, but I'm going to point your attention to this thing over here. This is like total views per week. When you see something like this, it generally pertains to some videos getting pulled down. Now, obviously, I just said the Rock video got pulled down. But if you go through here, minus 206,000 views. That's a lot more than the Rock video. Now, complete coincidence? Maybe. The reality is I have no idea.
That's almost worse than the PSA pop report crack resubmittal thing. Wow.
Yeah. So that's it. Just on the surface, I am not speculating on what that is. I just know that only happens when you pull down video or videos. We know about one video that got pulled down for sure, but maybe it was house cleaning, and at the same time, the Rock video got pulled down at the identical time.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
But either way, pulling down the Rock video does open up. The next time you make a video, somebody's going to ask, hey, what happened to the Rock video? So it's back to our like a PR discussion, like without any explanation or any mention about it as far as I'm aware. Then it's like, hey, what happened to that video?
Well, if you
What
pull it
video?
down, it never happened.
What video?
Well, to be fair, though, except for on the social medias, what if it's still showing on your social media accounts, for example?
Oh yeah.
Kind of a, one of these dealies here. This thing about Bob over here, that guy, that's still on there.
Yeah.
It never happened. Does not exist. I don't know what to tell you, man. Don't know what to tell you.
Last week I said, listen, I just don't see this as a big deal. Say you're sorry, say, oh, I screwed up. Whoops, sorry. Won't happen again. And I said it would be done in like a few days. I think lashing out against the people who are criticizing your mistake is worse than the original mistake. Like, you screwed up. It's so what? We have all screwed up. I've done, on a scale of 1 to 10.
We know.
Yeah, we had a highlight package, and probably there's going to be year end.
My number one mistake in life is agreeing to be here every Friday, and being friends with you two. That's
Finding
like
the raccoon.
that's
Again,
number one.
Eric, we're not friends. Again, with the not friends.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Thank you. That
No-
is a
no one's
load
friends.
off my shoulders.
It's nice to be in the top 10.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You definitely are. Trust me.
Mhm.
So
He doesn't
this
have
is
any
not a big
friends.
deal. This just
No.
wasn't a big deal.
It wasn't.
You going on the YouTubes and insulting people is a lot worse than having an error in judgment. And it's just so stupid. It's so stupid.
Mhm.
You screwed up. So what? We all do. It's not a screw up for you to attack people on social media. It just
I
you're
appreciated
in the
it. I
wrong.
appreciated that at least at the bare minimum.
God.
There was a hashtag keep chasing. I appreciated the hashtag was included. That was good.
Yeah. Well,
So
it's
that
all
was
about
good.
the vibes, man. It's all
I
about
like
the
that.
vibes.
I mean,
I like
I
that.
felt as if I was very open minded and kind of standing up for this guy last week, and I definitely supported Mike in the fact that he was supporting him, and I was like, this isn't a big deal. Let's let's get over it. And I still feel that way, but now you can't. Like, are you freaking serious? I just this is so stupid. So whatever heat comes your way now, it's on you. It's 100% on you. There's going to be more shows like this talking about it a freaking week later. You're going to get roasted by sports card radio and AMHIK WXYZ, and you're an idiot. Why would you attack people after you're the one who made a mistake? It just
Yeah.
listen.
We already got, like I said, we already have the first wave of the reaction videos to pulling down the videos.
Oh,
No surprise. Like you
just
knew those,
don't
you
get
knew
it.
those ones were coming, and then it was just a matter of that's why I played that clip from last week. I just said it's like that was kind of the opposite of what we just talked about. I thought we talked about this last week.
I know.
don't get
Eric
it.
opened his big mouth and he's laying down in traffic for these guys. So 6 cars run over you already by now. So
Awful, just awful.
yeah,
Yep.
good to stick up for your friends though.
Well,
It's
I think
good to
my
stick up
favorite.
for your friends.
I actually clipped a couple of things for the year-end video on that one, Bobby. There was the one where Eric asked Brad, You know, what if I made a mistake? And he was like, and I was like, I do a 47-part series and like destroy you, eviscerate you. I'm giving that clip's making the year end.
It's
I was like, yep, that clip's making the. There was some gold on there. Like I was like, there's a
I
whole
think so.
sequence, a whole bunch I pulled for that one.
Yeah.
All right,
Good for you.
Yeah, so real quick, okay, so I'll read this one. So Ziggy says, is Daps Mr. Tops harassing women on YouTube worse than Ty Nizzato? What Ty Nizzato did is the worst thing in human history. There is nothing
Yeah.
worse ever in the history of history.
Yeah,
He is the worst human being
Sure.
ever to live.
because of this.
Absolutely, without
Yeah,
question.
I agree.
How much for Carlos signed Pebble? If you can give me a rock auto, you know a guy.
Mhm.
But I only accept it if it was approved and authorized by Rick. If Rick won't authenticate it, I'm not interested.
It'll all come out in the aggregate. So
Yep. Be careful standing up, Eric. That hip isn't the original, remember? True.
I'm coming for you. Listen, I'm 45 flips.
540 Flips has it in for you, man.
You are this close to getting caught. We
Wow.
have narrowed it down to the East Coast. I am coming for you.
Yep.
I'm not putting up with this anymore.
look at
Yeah,
your
there you go.
windows, Eric.
Yeah. So Jason here, Cards and Comics, says Sports Card Hobby loves this stuff. Oh, yeah. 100%. It's almost like the National doesn't exist here is next week.
Yes.
So when I did the conversation with Jake, I said I'm contractually obligated to talk about the National in 30 seconds or less. Tell me why I should care.
But you got
And he
the
had it
shoes
done in
in.
about 10 seconds.
You got the Nike shoes in, so that's
We did get the shoe things in. Yes, we did get the shoes conversation in there. So there you go. So that appeased the National. Yeah, like I said, there's been announcements. Like I did the video about the COMC PSA thing. They've all got their pricing out now. All the outside grading pricing for the National is out now. So that's been done. I think there'll be a couple more announcements though between now and like the first day of the National. Plus, we're still waiting. I think, Eric, you got any inside track? Like Beckett planning a new slab, a new label, a new slab label?
I am just crossing my fingers that they are going to do something that finally just blows that company to pieces.
Whoa,
And
whoa.
almost.
Yep,
I
he was
just-
going IRP there. Settle down. You
I
never go
know.
full IRP. Whoa.
I
You go
can't.
half, but you can't go full.
Yeah, I can't. I just can't wait to see what they're going to do next. They're going to do something, and it is just going to be hysterical. I cannot wait to see what these idiots are going to do.
In all honesty, I think even Carlos mentioned this. I think in your last little video, you were talking about, it's good to see even Beckett to come in there, and just to bring some more, I don't know, competition to the floor. I think Beckett's going to rebound, and I want them to because I think they're going to buy my app. But anyways, regardless, if that ever gets released,
Yep.
If we do that,
Works out.
I need to have a buyer. So
Keeping Up with the Kardashians should be a new channel on YouTube, probably. Houston the Sun. Why didn't the buyer do research before they bought it in? So this is a conversation that's been brought up a couple of times. It's like, why doesn't the person do research before they buy an obvious fake sold by a dealer?
they did, didn't they? That's why they
No,
called
but
them up.
that's the thing. It's like, but he's saying before they bought it. Well, the thing is, they didn't actually buy it.
No.
So
So they
work it
did do
out.
it
What are
before.
you gonna do? And I understand the general premise of it, but it's one of those things where, again, Chasing Cardboard is actually not a small store on eBay. They're not like a person that sells one thing once in a blue moon, and they've got other items that have authentication. They've literally got other items on there that have authentication or that have gone through grading, vintage cards that get graded. So if you want to authenticate some stuff, why don't you authenticate? That's why I say even the Ty Cobb auto. Why wouldn't you authenticate a Ty Cobb auto? What circumstances would make sense? The argument that buyer beware. It's like on a Ty Cobb auto that if you're a flipping business, you're actually in the business of being profitable. The price difference between the unauthenticated, where people are just taking their chances, crossing their fingers, and hoping for the best at a garage sale, versus an authenticated price is such a big difference that it's like, for a $40 authentication fee, why wouldn't you? It would actually make me more suspicious, going like, I know you authenticate some stuff. Why wouldn't you have done it for this one? Speaking of the National, if I go, should I wear comfortable shoes? This is an allegation I've heard. And the funniest thing no one even covers, the Rock Auto isn't even close. Yes. Looking forward to submitting CSG, 2 items. CSG because they just authenticate some of my random, where do you find this stuff? True.
Mhm.
Let's see here. So Ziggy, Carlos cobbled up car letters selling picks in 2020, no doubt, absolutely. But in 2020, he finally pinned McGill down and stopped. So wait, I covered up and then I stopped him. It's not about the new logo for Beckett, but he sent me pictures of their setup and nothing new. It's not a new logo for Beckett, but he sent me pictures of their setup and nothing new. Are they still keeping the B with the star? Probably.
Yeah.
Beckett is bomb-proof. We live in the age where it doesn't matter anymore. That is true.
Yeah, I agree. That's why they're still in existence.
Yep. Did I hear what I thought I heard? It's like, name, I don't know, man.
I know I'm old and all that, but I
Name?
didn't quite understand. I don't understand that comment. I don't understand what you guys were saying about a few minutes ago either. So I don't know if I skipped a word, my accent got wrong. I don't know what you thought I said, but
Bobby, are we blaming the Boston accent on this one?
I'll have to.
He's trying to get out of it, but he can't.
I have no idea what I said. So if
You might need to delete the video with the rock auto, Eric. You might need to delete
I think
it.
so.
Just saying.
I'll go back and look at some point, but I honestly don't have a clue.
Yeah. Yeah, same BGS logos before. Fair enough. Sounds good. Sounds good. Cool. So as far as that one is concerned, I don't think there's anything else for now. I think that's pretty much the up to date. Well, there shouldn't have been anything past last Friday. As far as I was aware, that should have been the end of it. Obviously, I guess the left hand is still not talking to the right hand.
It still won't be the end of it because we can see how persistent they are.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think though, like I said, if the subject had been they turned off comments on the rock video, I was saying to Eric before we started, that's a defendable case. You're still going to get flagged for it. Just to be clear, you're still going to get flagged. But they were doing such a poor job responding to people and taking bait. People that were intentionally baiting, at that point, some folks are going to post to try to bait you into response. So if you're not going to handle that well, which it didn't look like they were at that point in time, the only reason I was able to capture that screen grab is because I went back every little while just to see what new comments were on it. Because the video had gotten so much traction, there would be comments, and then there'd be another wave of comments. I've said before, I love going to check a video when it's viral like that or it's taken off a little bit. You can go to the comment section, skim through a little bit, and you'll see kind of what people are saying at that time, kind of the direction of the sentiment at that moment. So you're going to get people that are literally like, oh, you guys are scammers, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yep, you can pretty much expect you're going to get a chunk of that. And you're going to have people saying support. So you had a little bit of both. But then they were responding to some of it and kind of being a little snarky back in some of the responses. So I was like, I don't know if responding maybe it's a good time to take the weekend off and don't respond to anybody. Just like let it run. But when you turn off the comment at that point, I can get it. It's still not the perfect solution, but I can almost justify it. But that when I saw the comment section was turned off, I also saw the description. And when I saw that description, that's the reason I screen grabbed it. And then afterwards, I checked and the description changed. I was like, okay, somebody is like making adjustments to this in real time. It's a little bit of an interesting decision, but all right. Fair enough. Whatever you say.
All this for a few bucks, you know what I mean? In value.
Well, at least now we learned that.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, it's true. All authentication now apparently should go through Rick. I trust Rick.
This is our cheap enjoyment. We might as well have some fun with it.
Well, like the national topic there isn't much to say right now with that one.
Just a lot of people are going to show up and wear comfortable shoes. That's all I've heard.
Yeah, well, and they made the show floor bigger, so that's
a floor bigger. Yeah, because we've got to make more room for bro hugs and shit. So yeah,
of course. The only there's got to be a bro hug zone, man. I would have one. I'd build one out. The only thing that I caught national wise that was anything is still kind of like a rumor because the screenshot got out there was that they had the 3 candidates supposedly for 2026. It's not even this year's or next year's. It's the 2026 one. And Atlantic City was included, which was surprising in the first place. And then there was that screenshot, presumably from Atlantic City, claiming they already had it. And then it was immediately pulled down. So it's like, was that an accident? Did somebody was somebody a bench clear operating the Atlantic City page? It's like, no, take it off. What are we doing? Whoa.
I did hear a little bit about something about Atlantic City that they are going back in
26.
26?
Yeah, the thing is that's right now a rumor because it's just a screenshot. I think it was a mistake. But at the same time, if all of a sudden now they did announce that the National went back to Atlantic City in 2026, they would be like, All right, if you say so. That's kind of curious. Fair enough.
Yeah, there's so many better cities.
Oh,
I think you
yes.
said it right. You'll do Vegas in Atlantic City.
Yeah. Well,
Or
that
other way
was my
around.
pitch, Bobby. That was my pitch. I'm willing. Listen, in that case, pick whatever city you want. It's not going to matter. It's not going to make any difference whatsoever. I have no intention of being there.
No.
Paul says, Paul did make this reference the other day, and I thought it was a good one. I had forgotten about this guy. So he says, so Eric, were you the Rick from the ESPN ads? Are you familiar with the Rick?
I don't recall that one.
So the Rick was a series of commercials that ESPN did. It was this stereotypical Boston guy, a real weirdo, who had like I want to say it was the Bruins jersey and Red Sox hat. I think that's how it went. And then he had all this like ridiculously disturbing memorabilia, but he was the Rick, and he would talk about all this stuff. And it's like it was a series of commercials.
I'll have to YouTube those.
Yeah. So apparently, according to Paul, you are the Rick. He's questioning if you're the Rick.
All right. Well, the Rick sounds like a great guy.
You might have to hang out with the Rick. That might be fun. Jason says, eat at Gino's. Chicago-style pizza is only good in Chicago. All right, fair enough, Jason. Zach says, where's Rick? I want stock if he opens an authentication company. He's a good guy. I would love him. Maybe, Bobby. Maybe. He should go work at Baseball Card Exchange. We need a good authentication guy. If he can authenticate autographs, then boxes should be like child's play for Rick.
I would think so.
All right. I'm just very excited about this. It's on the AC official tourist page as well. I think that's one of the screenshots I saw. So seen it at least 2 different places. That was what kind of allowed it to get some traction, because people were like, wait a minute, I thought you guys were supposed to vote on this. Like, wait, is the fix in? Did you guys already do the secret vote? Because the Atlantic City thing has always been, well, they basically made a sweetheart deal where they don't have to pay for it. So it was like,
but that doesn't
right.
serve the people. Like, so who's on the board of directors doing that voting?
No. Oh, like seriously, it's actually a terrible location. Like,
and how much money are they really saving? Like, honestly, like, okay, I understand it could be quite a fair sum, but at that point, if people don't really want to go, then why are you doing it? Is that such a big business that will save your quarter or half or whatever it is? I don't know. Come on, guys.
I don't understand the logic behind it. Outside of the fact, like I said, they're just trying to save some money. And they're a new guy, but there are new guys taking that over. So I think that would be short-sighted. It would actually make more sense to me to like, why don't you be visionaries? Don't just do what the previous guys did. Like, think outside the box a little bit. Try to like consider what are some options that might actually make sense for people. I understand that on the East Coast it is located there, but at the same time, it's like, from what I understand, the convention center's fine. But the problem is the stuff around it does matter. Like, some people want to visit the other stuff.
Yeah.
You got to make it available to them, and if the rest of it's garbage, then it's not a good location. I don't care. You can stick a convention center in the middle of Montana. It doesn't make Montana a good location.
No.
Carlisle says, did anybody buy shares in the Atlanta Braves this week? Can you buy shares in the Atlanta Braves? He says, NASDAQ, Batra. Is that like actual Atlanta Braves, though, or like the company that owns the Atlanta Braves? Are we talking like a Green Bay Packers situation where you can buy shares in the actual team? Or are we talking about the parent company? I'm curious. Pockets got grease to keep AC. That seems to be the implication. That's kept them in the rotation long after they had no business being in it. We've talked about this before. There are way better locations than AC for something like that. Again, even if you don't want to go with the obvious Vegas option. There are better locations. There are better Atlantics. Like, even Orlando's talked about, like, they've got stuff down in Florida. They got big convention centers and airports and stuff if you want to get there.
Florida's a reasonable flights, and so is Vegas. Yeah. Reasonable flights. Anywhere else, it's not so reasonable.
The only thing you need, basically, is you need access to a decent airport and enough hotel inventory. You just need enough hotel inventory to make sure, and a convention center that'll hold it. That's all you're looking for.
Sounds like Boston.
That's your pitch. We got that for you. They separated the team from the Battery Atlanta development from Liberty Media. All right, Carlisle. Interesting. So here's the question. Did you buy shares in the Atlanta Braves this week then? If that's the thing, did you buy shares in them? Seems like the thing to do.
Nope.
So let me ask this question. We talked a little bit about national. There wasn't too much to that. We concluded our TED Talk on PR for this week. So we did that one. Again, I'll reiterate what I played in the clip. If nothing else happens between now and then the national will happen, and then people will move on. Not everybody, because now the reaction videos to stuff being taken down will be. But again, if you do nothing, Then by the time the national rolls out, then it'll be videos about the national, and then there you go, news cycle.
Do they set
We'll
up?
reiterate last Friday's message.
Do they set up at the national?
The Chasing Garbo guys? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Mike will be there for sure. He's going to do events and stuff, but like
Yeah.
he's doing his own thing. So I think that's fine. I don't know if Ty is going to be around any of that stuff. Might be a good. If he's not already planning to go, then I certainly wouldn't go now.
He probably will go, considering
Maybe.
he might be a little stubborn and just go.
Oh, if that's the case, then you'll see him at the creator meetup. Well, there's the one that Mike organizes with those guys. So if he's coming, then he'd be there. That would be the place.
No brogs for you.
Carlisle says, I have not bought shares yet. Includes the yet. Fair enough. I like it. Cool. So I'm trying to think. We already had all the price points come out for, like I said, all the different graders. So now we have the pecking order. PSA is the most expensive, but not surprised there. Beckett, I think, is a little bit high. That one's high.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah.
$300. $300 for one card.
No, I understand, but I'm not thinking about the most expensive options. I'm talking about like the other one's like $100. The other one's like there's like $100 option, because obviously you got subgrades and no subgrades, so you got that one. SGC put itself kind of in the lower end of that, but still a little bit above what CGC is doing. They got $35, which isn't terrible. I think $35 is not bad for on site. Sure. It's fine. And then obviously CGC went aggressively with this $20, and you can go as low as 16 if you get the full discount. So I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah.
All right. So this is a URL for the Rick. Gotcha. I'll have to check it out later. I don't want to do any copyright thing, but thank you for passing it along, Paul. Appreciate it. Big Scott says he's never been there before. I assume you mean Ty. Maybe this ain't the year. Maybe you go in Atlantic City in 2026.
Okay.
If the attendance is low enough. Actually, I can angle this into kind of a question that I had. Obviously, our Fanatics Overlords have been busy, as they usually are, doing some stuff. There's some talk about them doing some events. I think that's going to be interesting. And if they start doing that by 2026, they could have some viable events that could compete for the attention of folks for the national. Bubbles, by the way, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Mr. Bubbles, good evening. How are you?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Did you hear the news? I'm getting closer to that 540 loser.
You are.
I am. It's
This is
east.
what I heard.
He's on the east. My private investigator says he's on the East Coast somewhere. We're narrowing it down. I'm
You gotta
this
ping the
close
IP,
to
man.
catching him.
You gotta
East
ping the
of
IP,
what
man.
country?
Did you check that? Is it like the Eastern Soviet bloc? Is that what we're doing right now?
He wasn't-
Like, how east?
He wasn't specific. I should have been more specific in my
You're
question.
gonna need a little bit more specificity.
Middle East?
Specificity. Yeah, a little bit more of that. Yes, I
Yeah.
agree. Dakota here says time for the national to be held in the South. Plenty of space, hotel, and food. Yeah, well, a lot of the folks in the South, they would agree with you. They would agree with you, Dakota. Orlando says come down to Florida. Orlando's got the delegation lobbying for Florida. James says good evening, Bobbles. Absolutely. How are things for you, sir? Did you enjoy our little symposium on our recent on PR folly?
I said my piece in the Discord.
The sigh was almost the perfect response. It really was. I enjoyed it.
It's like people are talking shit about you, and you made a mistake. All right, fine.
Yeah.
Like Eric said, we all make mistakes. We're human beings. We're wired that way, right?
Yeah.
But to me, it actually looks worse to then start like hiding shit that you came out and said, instead of just saying, look, we screwed up. We made a mistake, a wrong call of judgment. We assumed that Rick was right on these autographs. The source was wrong. We got duped. Whatever. But you start
I know
deleting
once
shit.
upon a time there was a guy who said we got duped. Agreed. So
Duped.
And
Agreed.
that, like, he kind of saved his career by that, admitting, hey, I was wrong.
By becoming a meme.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
he got a meme, but he's still in
The
business.
biggest meme around.
He's still in
Bubbles,
business.
here's the thing. Your point is valid. I
Should he
agree
be?
with you.
Should he be?
Well, okay. So if any of you followed my community posts, I did 2 discussions this week. I did one with Jake, 90s Baseball Cards. That was one. And then the other one was with Basketball Card Nerd on that YouTube channel. Nice guy. I had a good chance to have a nice conversation with him, and he wanted to chat about some of this. And he did bring up the baseball card exchange thing. That was a good point. But he was discussing about, why is it that was a big deal at the time that happened, the Logan Paul thing, the box and everything. And then obviously he's still around. And I said in that conversation that, unfortunately, for better or worse, baseball card exchange is kind of too big to fail in the hobby now because of where they sit. No one else really wants to do the job. No one else is poised or even interested, seemingly, to do it. And there's so many millions of dollars in unopened wax that is hinging on baseball card exchange credibility that they would collectively rather look the other way. And but the thing is, with a lot of that stuff, and I said in the discussion, I said, it wouldn't shock me if a fairly good, sizable percentage of that stuff is no good. Now, no good has levels, right? It doesn't mean that the entire box is bad. It doesn't mean it's all G.I. Joe. It can be some packs were tampered with. It can be a little bit of a mixed bag. It can be, these packs weren't all from this box originally. There's different versions of what not good entails. But the thing is that the only way you'll know is to actually open it. And the problem is, what happens when the box is $100,000, $250,000, even $500,000, or a case is, approaching $1 million? Who's going to open it? Because the return on investment to actually open it is terrible. Why would you even do it? So then you'll never know.
Nobody here, or even anybody listening, is going to be able to afford that box anyway. So
Yeah.
whatever. Why should we care at that point?
No, I understand, Bobby. But all I'm saying is that box or case or whatever could trade hands multiple times, and nobody is actually going to open it for
We
a
can
very
draw
long
that
time,
back
if
into
ever.
autographs too. How many times does a real Todd Cobb that's kind of maybe not real Todd Cobb go around? We don't know.
Well,
And it's based on not fact. It's based on best guess.
yeah, and it's just like Carlos just said. For baseball card exchange, they're kind of too big to fail, right? PSA, and I'm not like throwing shade at them, but they're another example. They're too big to fail.
They have
JSA,
competition though.
JSA is basically too big to fail. James Spence has been around for years. He puts his name on something, and whether it's valid or invalid, it might get a news story if it's found to be fake or whatever. But the hobby's going to continue using them because it's JSA or PSA. Or how many times has PSA screwed up? And they're
They all
still
have
the dominant
competition
force, and
bubbles.
that's going to stay that way. So
They all have competition bubbles, whereas baseball card exchange does not.
Yeah.
even with
That's
competition, though, they would have to do something serious.
True enough.
Yeah.
I'm just saying they're really the outlier in this one. And
that's the reason why I said they're unique in a sense that they're both institutionally required now, and also in the same vein, the pack grading is done by them for PSA. So it's not like it's the reach, the tentacles of what's connected to it. If BBCE is no good, then that knocks down a whole stack of cards right away. The whole house of cards falls down because you're in trouble.
For sure.
Yeah, so you're in a bit of trouble. Right
that was kind of, to me, surprisingly overlooked with that whole scenario, because there was email exchanges where he had admitted that the likelihood that most of the Pokemon packs that he had certified were probably tampered with or resealed because he was unfamiliar with them for PSA. Mm-hmm. And that kind of just like slid by the wayside and was ignored because you had Logan Paul and this multi-million-dollar case sitting here. That was the bigger picture, not the small little packs that were, possibly incorrectly slabbed or whatever. So that was another interesting part to that.
Yeah. No, for sure. It makes sense. And Orlando's trying to be helpful. He's trying to help you get rid of your kilt inventory.
If he wants to be helpful, he could come up and list them, because I haven't even listed the first one. So just throwing that out there. I bought them. They're there. I haven't messed with those yet.
They're the foil packs, right?
The
the kilts?
Pokemons?
Yeah.
Pokemon are foil, yes.
Yeah.
But he
Well,
had
he's done like 10,000 foil packs, so I don't think Pokemon is that much different.
well, he admitted that there was likely a large quantity that were probably tampered with.
Likely and probably. Okay. All right.
I think he should switch over to grading rock autos.
Ah.
Right now, there's an opening. There's an opening in the marketplace. We need expertise. We can't just rely on Rick. Rick's goated, but we need more Ricks involved in this to really make this thing happen. Our Carlos says, are any of those kills in Fraser Tartan?
I have a wide variety. I'm not going to say yes, but I'm not going to say no. I'm going to say possibly.
The Great Kill purchase is still waiting for it to be fully processed at Bobbles HQ. So, Bobbles, question for you. I had a lot of fun, with with kind of the shift because of the way the national coverage was. It is interesting that at this point we're like in kind of that middle ground where some people are talking about it and other people are trying to figure out how to make out of it. We're kind of sitting in the middle. And I know you have your reasons. Like I made the joke about it. I literally, in Jake's thing, I joked that I'm contractually obligated and I gave it like 30 seconds. That's all I talked about it.
Well, so I was going to do a video, but then I was like, I told her, I don't feel like I'm that important to need to do a video to explain to people that I have changed my mind and canceled my reservations for the national and have decided to not go. I just didn't feel like that was needed of a special segment on a video. So for all of the viewers watching, if you were planning to meet at the national, I have changed my mind. Me and my wife went to my daughter's senior picture day, and it kind of like hit both of us. Time has flown by, especially the last 3.5 years between the shit in the world and, doing the group submissions takes a lot of time. And she's a senior, and we realized that senior year is going to fly on by. And
It does. It does.
My son, we've already went with it with my son, but we knew that we had her following up behind him. And this is, she's our youngest. And she wants to travel when she graduates. She's already made plans. She wants to go over to Germany and, travel over there, see some of the countries over there. And so me and my wife discussed it. And I said, look, I don't need anything from the national. I had talked about it with Carlos on here. Going to the national is just going to be hanging out with friends. But why don't I put that money into a family vacation and my kids could care less about the national? So instead of just me and her going to Chicago and kind of making a trip out of that, I changed my mind and I wanted to do something with my family because once she's grown, both my kids are grown. And so there's plenty more, years for card shows or the national and all that. I wanted to take this opportunity to do it with them. So that's why I changed my mind.
Makes sense. And Name is also not going to the national for the same reason, in solidarity with you.
There you go.
It's solidarity. That's the reason. He flat out told me, if Bob's not going, I'm out.
Actually, it's
I'm
surprising.
I'm sorry for that, but
It's understandable.
There's reasons.
I'm
So, Bobby,
surprised how many people were going and are not now. Interesting.
Well, that Bobby. So the reason I kind of broached this and kind of led with what Bobbles and I were chatting about. Yeah, he shared that with me, and I said, yeah, that's perfectly valid. Of course, so I had a little fun with it. It's just amusing to me that that a lot of folks are kind of hinging a lot of what they do. It's like, no, people can come, people can go. There's good reasons. If you really want to go, I'm not stopping you. Have a good time. Enjoy. I'm looking forward to hearing from some of the folks boots on the ground, and I'll try to reach out to them and see if we can get them to chime in what their experiences are and everything. I have no reason to go, and as time goes on, I have a lot more reason not to go because it doesn't make sense for me. And it's not even necessarily just the financial thing. It's just a legitimate disinterest because it's not offering me what I want. For what you've got there, I can get an approximation of what I'm actually after in different places. I would actually much rather plan out some attendance to some regional shows. And even if I want to meet up with some folks, it's a heck of a lot easier to arrange in a relatively smaller show and actually have more time without people feeling like they have to run off in 10 directions in order to take advantage of this gargantuan presence and large venue.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is social. Whereas, you know, you back it up a couple of years, it was like all the deals flying around. So it's
Yep.
come back to the social event. And actually, the show is more social now. It's not like you're going there to get super crazy deals and load up, because we know the prices aren't any cheaper than
No.
any other show. So,
And what I learned last year, because I think it was like, I don't know, Thursday or Friday of last year's show, she asked me, she was like, you know, how are you enjoying it? You know, what you're feeling about the show and all that. And I told her, I was like, really, if the people weren't here, it wouldn't really be any different than me going up to Chantilly, because the main pickups I made at the National last year were literally dealers that I know, that I see at Chantilly, or I can message on Facebook. I bought my Lou Gehrig from a guy that I buy tons of cards from all the time, and I bought my Larry Doby rookie from a guy that a lot of people know. He's big into vintage, Ashish, on Facebook. And so it was like, I didn't need this extravagant show to make these buys. I could have bought them sitting here at home, you know, and the show had the people. But I also talked to a couple of my friends, JJ and Sean and them, and I was like, if we just want to hang out, we could like just plan, you know, a weekend or something and just freaking hang out. We don't need national tickets and all of this to go hang out. We can do that any damn time. So it was just, you know, and again, I was 100% planning. It was down to the last minute, and we had discussed it, and I just felt it was better. So, and plus, next year
Baubles,
Chicago,
usually
or not Chicago.
I would support this because I'm a family first guy. So usually I'd be like, you know, you're making the right choice. But since Name has come out and agreed with you first and says that he respects your decision, instinctively, I have to now poo-poo this. So please understand that when I give you a litany of negative comments regarding your decision.
I can let you know what hotel it was, and you are more than welcome to take my place.
Can I ask an important? I want to read a couple of these comments, but I also have an important question based on what Eric just said. So, given that Name supports Baubles, and as a result, you cannot support Baubles, if Bob Jackson comes here and supports your lack of support for Baubles, how does the negation mathematics work on this? Because you can't agree with Bob Jackson,
right?
And you can't agree with Name, and if you're on opposite sides of the exact same conversation, how do we reconcile this?
I think my head would explode.
Possibly.
And I think that would just be the end of it.
Yeah,
I just heard what you said about Beckett. Is it like Beckett?
I think
like he was losing it. Bubbles, he was about to go to a very dark place. He was about to go to a very. He was going to a very dark place. Heard.
Just
yeah, I was just saying. It's like he was like the anger was he simply could not contain it. The rage is right from the core of his being. It was unbelievable. So Andy here, she believe the refractor says, I'm sure Brad would know the answer, but it's my understanding that Steve Hart authenticates the packs and does not grade them. I can double check on that. I'm not 100% sure. I know that he's still involved very much in it. Exactly the nature of it is a fair question. James says BBC is opening a marketplace. Yes, they are. I forget exactly what it is, but there is. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. I started reading into it a little bit, but yeah, apparently they're opening some kind of a marketplace. So I'd be curious about that one. Orlando supports you. Good choice, family first. Dufex says, that is a lucid, intelligent, well thought out objection. Thank you, Dufex. Paul says, name. Say you hate mayonnaise. Paul's thinking. He's thinking. James says, abstain is the logical choice. I think it is for a lot of people now. That's why I say when I was on Big Scott's channel, we talked about it. I thought it was a valid question, but I said it kind of. I've had a lot of fun with it the last little while, but it's like no. I genuinely think that at this point, I am banning myself from the National unless I end up in the industry for some reason and I'm literally there so I don't get fined. Unless that is in fact my lot in life, is like I genuinely don't want to go. I'm truly not interested, regardless of location. Like honestly, if you stick it in Toronto, I guess since it's close enough. But yeah, outside of literally moving the National, hop, skip, and a jump from me, it's like yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
I actually.
If we have just a quick second, I would like to respond to Baubles, please. Just be patient with me for a moment.
Is this something that I'm going to get a copyright block for?
No.
Is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Mm.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered irrational.
We can actually do the meme, Eric. We can do the meme without incurring the copyright wrath. But yes, I know the classic one that he's referring to.
And may
Isn't that Billy Madison?
So,
Is that Billy Madison? Is that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. But yeah, I would say that no, everybody's got to make their own decision. I understand why some folks really want to go above all else. It's the hangout thing, you know, the whole family reunion concept of everything. And is that my angle on it was I said, yeah, I don't like my family enough to like reach that deep into my pocket. So yeah, and I can meet up with folks like in groups. I don't need to see them all at the same time. Even in that scenario, it's like, nah, I'm good. I can pass on that.
I do still want to hit the expo. I want to come up and hit that because I'm jealous of the amount of hockey y'all have and everything else.
Now I'm not going. Great.
Well, that's okay.
Bobbles, this is the single greatest thing you've ever done. I will personally hand you the Order of Canada. I will present you for it on behalf of all of Canada.
Great. Just wonderful.
And I'm interested. I want to map out to see if it would be feasible. Cleveland next year. I was trying to think if it would be doable to hit Canton to see the Football Hall of Fame, then check out the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, and then maybe shoot over to Cooperstown and check out the Baseball Hall of Fame, and then shoot back down here. But I got to see how that route would look like, and if that would work out, because I think that would be kind of cool too.
I can say the Canton haven't visited. It was pretty sweet. It was actually really fun visit. Under the right circumstances, I'd love to go. So maybe what I'll do, Bubbles, is I'll arrange personally. Maybe I'll arrange next year to go to Cleveland a week after the National. So it's like, get the hell out. All y'all get the hell out. And then I'll just go to Canton myself. Here. Seems like National is Disney World for middle-aged men. On your feet all day, stuck in crowds, spending thousands on overpriced merchandise. I like the analogy you drew here. There's a lot of truth in this, Tufex. There's a lot of truth in this analogy.
And 3/4 of those middle-aged men have yet to discover deodorant.
That's probably on the low side.
Or anything, any other kind of wardrobe except sweatpants.
Mm. And we're not even back in the heyday. At least if they were like Zuba. Is it Zuba pants?
Zubaz.
Yeah, Zubaz. I think that'd be pretty sweet. Maybe the national, like official gear of the National should be Zubaz pants, Bobbles.
I mean, the vintage clothing stuff is back. So, in the
I'm just saying.
90s Y2K, they fit right there because it was like mid 90s when Zubaz was really popular. So.
And all of a sudden you have the National in Buffalo. Just because they have close access to a lot of Zubaz pants. It's like, we just did it for the Zubaz pants, man. That's the only reason we did this. That's it. Balls here says, damn it, Bobbles. Didn't want to do Cleveland, but Pro Football Hall of Fame would be sweet. There you go.
See, I've already been thinking ahead, Paul. And for everybody else, like, I didn't just say, nope, let's scratch Chicago because I don't wish it to do it. I was already planning ahead. I was like, Cleveland would be pretty damn cool if I could make a little trip out of it. So, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I need to see what the route looks like because I'm not sure, like, how spread out they all are. But
I think that's the play, though. Like, if you, like we said it, though, like, not in jest. Like, if you're going to do it, yeah, fine. You want to spend all your time on the show floor? Hey, no judgment. Do it. You do you. But it makes a lot more sense, I think, for most people to turn it into part of an overall vacation. Whatever location it is, if you can make a vacation out of it, yeah, I'll go hit up this and visit that or whatever. At least you're justifying some of the costs because the cost is still going to be crazy no matter what, especially now. The show is like a mere small part of that. Plus, we don't even take into account, like, oh, yeah, you get your tickets for the show if you get one of the VIP things. Are you going to eat anything while you're there? And on top of it, for the rest of it is, yeah, you've also got to pay for accommodation. You had to pay for travel. You had to do all that. And if the convention center is away from everything else, well, then you got to pay for whatever mode of transport you're going to use. So there, start stacking some cost on there. And I haven't even talked about spending any money if you're actually going to buy a card. Not even a word about well, if you'd actually like to buy a card, you're probably going to have to bring money for that too. Throwing it out there.
Yeah, listen, going to these major shows and having to travel, it's a lot more than saying, I saved up and I have, $2,000 to spend at the National, the Expo, the Dallas show, and some of these major ones that are around. It There's so much more. If you drive a long distance, it's gas. Gas's prices are through the roof. It's ridiculous. You got to eat. If you're gone for 4 days, 5 days, depending on how you do it, you have to eat. Just to get into these places and get a ticket is expensive. Even the cheapest ticket just to get in is an arm and a leg. The hotel, you have to sleep somewhere. The hotel room for 4 days. I just Before you bought a card, you've already spent thousands of dollars.
I figured up, and we had a good price on our hotel. I think our hotel from Wednesday to Sunday was only like 700 and something. It might have been 8 something, but it was under $1,000 for all of it. And I was figuring, food, the gas, the hotel, the tickets to get in, and all of that, roughly around $3,000 without purchasing a card.
It's crazy.
Mhm.
That is nuts.
I think just to be on the side though, kind of to make the point. That's why when I was talking to Scott, I said every one of those visits. So let's use the expo since it's an easy one for us to speak to. Eric's been there, despite all our blockades and our attempts to keep him out.
We try.
We tried. No lack of effort. But Bobby and I, obviously, we're very familiar. But Bobby, even like the expo, obviously at this point, you don't find as many things you used to. The type of stuff, it's just not there. However, it is still a very social event. So let's use the old, family analogy, the social event side of it. For the expo, for a lot of us, that makes a lot of sense. But it's not unlimited. If Bobby's nearby and I'm at least a hop, skip, and a jump away. And I'll usually get a hotel because it's more convenient for me to just move back and forth between. So there's the logic to it. But if I suddenly made the hotels $1,000 a night or something ridiculous, it's like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Now, I might still travel over. But again, if I increase the costs, there is a point at which even the local show I won't attend because it just won't make any sense for me. Oh, but what about the sociability? I didn't take away the sociability. I just said it doesn't make any sense for me anymore. I've created an impediment that is too great to overcome, that even a show that I've attended so many times, literally so many times, the social aspect and all that, I'm still priced out of that. There is a price where we cross that threshold.
And
Yeah, I noticed
Dakota's
there is
got
a
good
difference.
points, right there in his chat over there. I said it on the last Chantilly show, which was just a few weeks ago. I went in there and pretty much everything I looked at was above what I would be willing to spend on it because everything was cheaper if I just plopped on my phone, went to the eBay app, and bought it right there. And you have to pay to get in to then pay more for the item. Just doesn't make any sense. So that was that is a part of it. I think I watched Neo's video about the hype over this year's. Just that's kind of the vibe now. You go to these shows, you pay to get in, and you're paying to get in for higher prices. It makes no sense.
Yep. So real quick, I'll get to those comments. But Bobby, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think things have changed in the last, I don't know how many years or what year it really changed. When we went early, even in, let's just back it up 10 years, the lineup was around the building
It was
to get in the first day because first come, first serve kind of thing.
Yeah.
And everybody was looking for something new, something interesting. Now it's crack of noon. No pun intended for you there, Carlos, but people just show up on Saturday.
It's the pro
or
play.
Sunday. It's a very casual thing because they know they can find everything that they basically need to find that they want. It's like nobody's looking for that unique item. It seems like the hobby has changed in a different way now. Where they're all looking for these different graded cards. One of the three should be there. The stuff that I'm looking for is unique and unusual, and you see one or two every year. So you want to be there and you want to be first. But this has really changed of late, and especially those other newer shows, people are showing up at 1, 2, 3 o'clock. It gets busy in the afternoon. It's like, really? You know, if I'm not there first, then I don't even want to go.
Is it
And
true
that's the
that the
mentality that
expo?
changes. So the social aspect is there, but that's all amongst what we do. But getting there first and then finding something first, there's a lot of collectibles that you find that you would never see in 5-10 years, or maybe never again. And that's the driving force that I had for the hobby for so many years. I'm finding, like Carlos said, less and less now, but it's still worth going. It's still worth being there first. And things come through the day. Dealers buy stuff and then they put it back out. Yeah, that happens, but that's a rare occasion that you're going to get around to their table again and be there on time. So it is different how this hobby has changed. The social event, the social part was always there, but now it seems like I say with the National, it's more of a social than it is an actual buying event for a lot of people.
I think it
And
has to be, though. Part of
I
the
think
reason is for similar to what you have, Bobby. You can find the stuff elsewhere. There's other venues to source the items that you might actually be looking for, either before, even during, because some of my best purchases at the expo were on eBay while other people weren't looking. And I was literally in the hotel room. I did a little quick scan. And wait a minute, that's actually a pretty good price. Hold on, let me grab that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just to go without saying for basically anything. Even though you find some great stuff there, you might find some stuff on eBay because a lot of people are at the show and they're not searching eBay. So you might get something there, or high bid, or one of the other auction sites. It doesn't really matter. So that's the best part about the show for me. But I do find that has shifted in the last 5 years or so. That it does seem to be a social thing for the National, opposed to the Expo is still a people want to be there first, and the social aspect is second. But I think I see the shift and change now being social first, and finding something even at a good price. Is like you guys are saying. Am I going to get a deal? No, it's a little bit overpriced. Well, if they don't want to sell their stuff, their wares, then you can probably just buy it on eBay. If there's that many of that item, sure, I guess I understand that.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
it's just a different base of collector mentality we're working with now. And the social aspect, because we have all these, vlogs and what have you, I think that has really stimulated this new shift and change. We can see that even at the expo, there's a lot of corporate entity there now. And it's all very corporate, actually. Whereas 20 years ago, the corporate side was very minimal. And it didn't really affect your searching around. It was like you went there if you really had to, but now it's in your face everywhere you go. So interesting shift and change. The paradigm has changed, I think, in the hobby quite a bit in the last 5 years.
Oh, we love when the paradigm changes. Well played. CC here says, good evening, gents. Baubles, Canton, Cleveland, and then Cooperstown is an awesome trip. Cleveland also has the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yes,
Yeah.
Baubles mentioned that. That's a good call. Thank you, CC. Dakota, I included the first one here. I think that's why we have minimal hype this year. Prices on eBay have been great recently. Everyone's blowing their wad early. That's why I was making the point that actually you can find a lot. Again, it depends on your stuff. Bobby's obviously looking for more obscure things. The places he's looking are going to be different. I understand. But for a lot of stuff, a lot of regular stuff that a lot of the people that are going to the National are actually looking for, it is available. Like there is some inventory that sits on eBay or other platforms, and you can still get your hands on it. You don't have to go to the National for that. It has to be the social thing. Otherwise, it's like you're just overpaying, theoretically, potentially, for an item that is otherwise available. And then recent shows, dealers are selling way higher than comps, so where you could get on eBay. Very fair, Dakota. 150, 200 expenses, but that's driving, sharing, hotel room. Doesn't include concert ticket prices, but if you start making that 1K now. So he's saying sharing a hotel room. So per P. Ryan collection, he is a peasant, and he should never be allowed near the National.
Don't share a hotel room. Don't, whatever you do, don't
For
share
peasants,
a hotel room.
Baubles to peasants. It's like the commoners are being encouraged. Do not encourage the commoners.
Especially if you share a hotel room with Timmy Two Hats.
I want to also, even though we have canceled ours, if you reserved your hotel through the National, be prepared for a freaking headache. Because we had a block of rooms like reserved, and then there was people that took some of those rooms. Every single damn room was reserved incorrectly. So if you reserve your rooms through the National, be prepared for a headache when you arrive.
I want to make sure I touch on this one because it's a good point by Carlisle. Last year, Sports Card Investigator, so the other Andy, so we have two Andys, made the observation the Nationals allows the deal if you're not going for leisure. Everyone lost their minds. Everyone lost their shit. He was right. Yes, and believe me, Andy and I will have this conversation from time to time. I'm going to say he didn't forget. I'm just going to state it as he never forgot that. He remembers. He's very. He can say, "Yeah, I remember when people reacted." And let's just say, when some individuals right now are getting raked over the coals for unrelated matters, Andy is not as sympathetic as some, because he remembers some of the people that led the way on some of that, and he's enjoying some Schadenfreude.
Really.
He's enjoying some Schadenfreude, is what I'm saying. He's enjoying a little Schadenfreude. He's not complaining. He's enjoying it in his own way. I'll just offer that.
Can we just back up? Can we just back up a couple of comments, please?
Yes, name about you and the insult and name calling. Yes.
Okay. First of all, he's lying. I would never interact with this jerk at all. So the fact that he's out here saying that we're having discussions off the show and all that, it's not true. I do not interact with this loser. I don't want to be friends with him. I berate him every single
back
week.
to you not having friends.
Nobody is I don't want to. So no one's going to believe these lies.
Does it count if you don't want to, if they don't want to either?
So no one's going to believe these lies. All right. So I still say we should ban him from the chat and not have him, involved in this every week.
Well,
so
why
now
don't we
he's
do
just
this?
lying.
Why don't we
Now
do
he's
this?
just
What
lying.
if, Bobby, I think we can offer a compromise. I am willing to consider banning name from the chat if we reach the requisite number of likes. I will not tell you how many likes that is, but when we achieve it, I will ban him from the chat. Let's start with that.
Okay.
I think it's fair.
Work with that.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair for all parties involved. Good evening, Miss Bobbles. CC says Carlos is that a Bison jersey? It is. It is a Buffalo baseball Bisons. It is indeed. I don't see how he's any more risk than Zion. You guys talking about some of those? That's fair. Orlando says when Carlos insults you, it's a badge of honor. Some people should learn that. Some people are very bitter about my insulting them. They don't get it.
You must really, really like me.
Oh, no one likes you more than I do, Eric. No one. Maybe name, but no one else.
Yeah.
Zach says, Wemby barring injury would be a very good player, even doesn't live up to generational hype. Fair enough. Basically trading a hotel room, sharing for driving to both concerts, like $100 Uber. So more than happy to make that trade. Fair enough. I can ban Eric the chat if we want. Listen, I want to offer people options. I think we need enough likes so that we can find out where people stand on this. Big Sus says, Eric, I like you, so I hate the like. There you go. Thank
Another
you,
country heard from. Wonderful.
Just saying.
So we're on the national topic here.
Yeah, sure.
And it's finally been revealed. I was keeping it quiet. I knew they were doing on-site grading. I didn't know a solid price. I was given an idea of a range of price. But we know now that SGC is doing on-site $35 end of show.
Now, Bubbles, just real quick question. In the range of options, was there the $1 1 hour turnaround velvet bag service that I've been pitching for the longest time?
I pushed for it. It didn't work out necessarily. But in all seriousness, who do you guys think? And I guess the fun way to put it, who do you think will win over the national of the? I guess it's only 4 doing on site. That's doing the on-site grading, or rank them in order. And we know PSA is going to sell out, even at their fee, they're going to sell out. But rank them the other 3.
Okay, so just so maybe if I want to make sure I understand your question right, are you asking us to rank the offering, like price?
Who would you most likely use?
Right. Obviously, but I was going to ask. So important caveat. Am I taking this for a PC card or am I taking this for a card I'm looking for flipping purposes? Because it is an important distinction. My answer actually changes depending on the answer to that question.
Well, I'm excluding PSA because we know they're going to sell out.
That's fine.
They're going to be successful.
For the other 3, though. But am I focusing primarily on PC or primarily on flipping?
Do one of each. Do it both ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my answer is easy. Hey, Eric is BGS all day. That's pretty obvious. You know me.
I want BCCCCCGGG.
Yeah, that one's $1,000 a card, so you might want to
I
save
want
up for
that
that
one.
I was gonna say is for me, I love CGC personally, CSG/CGC for a personal collection card. I just like the way it looks in the holder. It's clean. It's good for me. So if it's a PC card, and also $20 a card, and if you got the membership on it, like $16, like that's a sweet deal. Especially for a PC card, if you're talking that. I think out of the remaining choices, I've never submitted a card directly to SGC, but to me, then the no-brainer becomes, what's the second legitimate option that is a reasonable price? Even if I thought Beckett was a legitimate player, like I can't at the price point you gave me. So like with SGC, you're talking. I think their baseline is like 100, isn't it? Like their baseline, or they're about maybe 80. I'll see if I can pull it up, but I want to say it's pretty high. So SGC, I can grade 2 or 3 SGC cards for the price of one Beckett card at that price point.
Yeah, but you get it in the velvet bag.
I wish I had it in the velvet bag. We just talked about this. I wanted the velvet bag.
A big B.
I don't. Can anybody explain what the hell Beckett was thinking with the subgrade pricing?
At any time.
No, I don't know what the rest of the question
the pricing
is. No.
tier, okay, whatever for the the different levels. All right, they have a 3-hour.
Just so we can see, I've got them on the screen here. Just so we can see what they. So these are the Beckett on-site show grading. End of show, next day rush, and RCR and GCR. So the point that I was making earlier, raw card review and graded card review, $25. A raw card review from Beckett is more expensive than the CGC offering to actually grade it on site. That's why I can't get there, man. It doesn't make any sense.
Do you have the chart that shows the add-on cost though of the subgrades? Because that part
I'll check. I'll check.
Zero
see if I can find it. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. Bear with me a minute, and I'll come back to it.
Right. You can. It's this price for no subgrades, and it's more with subgrade. Yeah, they nickel and dime you.
But each level, it went from so end of show, it was like $25 to add on the subgrades. But then I think it went to like $65 for the subgrades, just the subgrades. Right. And then for the 3-hour option, it goes to $100 additional for the subgrades. Right.
Yep.
What the hell are they doing any different? The subgrades are there no matter what, whether you're doing it in 2 seconds or 30 hours, it's still subgrades.
So listen, I agree 1,000%, but this is what you would call the Beckett grading tax. PSA.
And please, Eric, language, resist the urge. Don't go full RIPs, please.
I still don't know about what the hell happened.
Think of the children.
Okay, listen. It's the Beckett grading tax. PSA does the same damn thing with, if your card is worth this much, we're going to charge you. See, he's such a loser. Anyway, it's another way to screw the customer over. And everyone hates the PSA tax that if my card's, $500 or more, whatever the hell it is, I now have to pay an additional fee. What you're doing the same freaking job. An 8 is an 8 is an 8 is an 8. It doesn't matter if it's on a 25-cent card or if it's on a $10,000 card. An 8 is an 8 is an 8. You did the exact same job. You looked at under with the exact same microscope. Everything, you put it in the exact same holder, the same plastic with the same ugly ass red and white tag. It's all the same. Why do I have to pay you more? You're doing nothing different. This is Beckett's version of that. We are doing nothing different, but we're going to give you the Beckett tax.
At least they have the subgrades. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against the subgrades, and my point of this was, if they want to charge 25 additional, so be it. But why wasn't it only 25 additional for each level? Because they're not doing anything different. They had to do the subgrades anyway, right? So you're getting the whole process done quicker, and you're paying that over on the grading fee side. Why do they charge more for the subgrades on each level? If it was 25 all the way up, okay, that would make sense. It's more than I would want to pay. but it would make at least sense. But then the grading scale, the grading level, the speed of that would go up. So I just didn't understand how they did the damn subgrade stuff. That seemed like a huge ripoff.
Yep. Let me quickly touch on a
It
couple
is.
comments here. Big Scott says, "What? No tag? Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Just want to make sure we covered it." Hey, then we got this one. The tag slander on this channel is ridiculous. What? Slander on this channel? This channel is like about peace, love, and understanding. By the way, on a related note, let's. I haven't put the liquid in yet, but let's find out. Nope. Oh man, it got worse. Y'all, like, look. That was one more strike. It had a crack already, and like, hold on, like, I wonder if I can just. Oh, now pieces are flying off. Hold on. I have freed it. I've nearly freed it from its prison. Now it's got a crack on the side. Bobby, I'm one screwdriver away from ending this.
Do it.
Just
I-
like
am I-
the crumble, the discount code. Do not follow Carlos's instructions on cracking slabs.
On this slab, you crack it exactly the way I just did. This is exactly how you crack this slab. The technique I'm showing is flawless, and I'm already wearing safety glasses, so very important.
Perfect. Yeah.
It's interesting. Many, including myself, wish there was more transparency in grading, yet the subgrades are unpopular, and Tag overwhelms us with data. Well, don't worry. I'll overwhelm them with this beer stein.
Ooh.
Couple more, I think it'll take. Couple more. All right.
You
I got
can't
no issue with.
destroy that one. You're gonna have to go out and buy another one.
Oh.
Almost. We'll get there. I got time. I got no issue with charging for subgrades. The outside grading at Natty gets a pass. If you're willing to pay for it, so be it. Don't like it, to use CSG for $20. True. All these 8s remind me of an old Misfits song. There you go, Carter Hobbyist. Or I don't know, think ahead and don't grade in person. There you go. I think when the market really wants the grading company to return the grade they want, yes. That has always been the case. Yes, that is correct. By the way, I agree with they're boning the customer, but as the customer don't pay it. Yeah, that's fair.
Exactly.
Enough. That's fair. I agree. But yeah, in the same vein as what Bob was saying, does anybody else want to take them on his challenge and ranking them? They were ranked, so now I'm curious if anyone else did want to take a stab at ranking the. Like I said, for me, the best one that made the most sense was for sure the CSG. Like I said, for PC purposes. If you want resale PSA, but obviously though at the price point, like $150, certain cards don't make sense in that kind of point. So I was going to say, like SGC is a good balance. $35. There's a lot of cards that might make sense at $35 that don't make sense at $150. So I don't know. You have to kind of figure it out.
I will say too, there's been several announcements for SGC. I'm curious to see how this goes for them, not just at the show grading, but back at the new facility. If anybody
Now, can
in
you
here
confirm
was
or
in the
deny if a
submission-
facility can be seen from space? Historically, this is
that
kind of
I don't
important to
know.
people. Okay.
But this last order was longer than an order has taken in a long time. And now they're going to be taking staff to the national. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. I think, honestly, a lot of it has been the football special and adding yet another price tier in there and creating a lot more invoices kind of slowed them up a bit. And hopefully with that ending on the 25th, that they'll get rolling along again. But that'll be to be determined. So I am curious on that. So.
Okay.
Next week is duct tape. That might improve it. That would improve the structural integrity. Bob Jackson asking important questions. Are you a tagger? A tagite? He says tagaholic. I'm kind of partial to tagite. I think that's valid.
A Tagonian.
That's not bad. All right, hold on. All right,
That's
so
if you
once you get
live in tag land. So.
true.
Tagite. Yeah, I guess that would probably be it.
I think
I'm a
that's valid.
KSAer, so.
Oh,
It is
don't
true.
say that.
Hey, listen.
Bobby, come on.
The
You're gonna
truth
lose
is
all credibility.
the truth is the truth, Eric. I don't know what to tell you.
You've
You wait
worked up,
until you see. You wait until you
you've
see the
worked-
KSA pricing
you know,
on the
you've
app.
worked
It's
like
amazing.
30 years to you know, or more to build up your reputation, you know, in the hockey card collecting genre, and you are just ruined all of that with one sentence.
They give higher grades than anybody.
Yeah,
So Bobby,
everything's
when
a
does
10.
when does KSA like go become the first to do the Spinal Tap 11?
Oh,
I don't
I feel like that's the innovation the
pretty
hobby's waiting on. That's the innovation the hobby's waiting on. We're
Anyone's
waiting for
going
like
to.
we're waiting
Yeah.
for the 11, man. I feel like
Yeah,
KSA should be the ones.
Black Label, forget it. We're going 11.
Yes.
Nathan's going to go there and do the double ones, and that's it. It's
You
game
got the
over.
cranberry label.
Oh,
I
that
like
would
it.
be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be good. And then Eric will be starting to have ketchup on his hot dogs.
I will like hell. That's good.
Freedom.
Again, you have to go out and buy a new one now.
Listen, my valuable Zach Wilson card is now more expensive because I freed it from its prison.
How does the plastic feel after? Oh. I
Good
like
sound
that.
effects.
That's a
Good sound
good
effects.
sound. I like that.
Sound effects, yeah. And then you see like, look at that cracking.
It's
What kind of it's like what kind of garbage, you know, are you talking about? Like, ooh, this is the future. The future is broken plastic? The lazy bastards. Good lord.
Mm.
Well, at least now you know. There you go. The label. There's your label. See if I can get. Let's see if I can put that together. Man, I'll get a proper card in there. That'll be great. The good
Yeah.
news is, if you reattach it, you can still have some coasterage. So still
Oh,
got that going for
There
you.
you go.
Put your cheese string 'em on in there.
I know. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Hold on.
It is after
Uh,
2000, right? Yeah.
No, well, the cheese string on is the 90s.
Oh, is it late 90s?
Yeah, well, I think early 90s. I want to say it's
Really?
early 90s. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, because I don't think they did that. 420 grading, no one grades higher. Look at you. Someone's getting super confused to get a Spinal Tap 10-5 slab. Now he has 2 coasters. I do. Fish boy. Ooh.
Fish boy.
It's not a half bad idea. It's not a half bad idea. You guys are thinking now.
Thank you. Well,
So, Fagor said heat wave gods have been noted. Hopefully it cools off now. There you go. Well, I will admit that was highly satisfying. Finally, the Stein did its job and destroyed this horrific coaster. This abomination against the Lord.
had to
So in
happen.
all that, did we ever get did we ever get anybody else to rank any of them? other than Dakota's, tag promotion. He's
So
not
do
sponsored
you
by
want,
them yet that we
like,
know of.
What I would do, or do you want what I think is going to happen?
So no, the question was what you actually would do. What would make the most sense to you to do
Oh,
if you were
What you
going
think
to
would
national? If
happen-
you could do on-site grading, you
what
can
you
say
think
that.
will
Yeah, you can
happen
say that as
too
well.
is
That's fine.
fine.
That's
Yeah.
fine. Yeah, go ahead.
I would probably go with SGC. I like CG. I'm
ass.
getting all confused, but anyway, I like CG, whatever the hell it is. But I think I would probably go to the true number 2 grader in the hobby if I had an opportunity. I wouldn't pay the PSA tax. I wouldn't stand in line. I wouldn't pay, for all that nonsense. I would head over. That's the first place I would go was SGC and I think they're the true number 2 in the hobby. So that's where I would be. If I had if I had a mint Michael Jordan rookie card, for some reason, and I would love someone to explain it to me.
KSA?
Yeah, after KSA, of course.
Mhm.
Why, for some reason, Beckett, slabs are the preferred Michael Jordan rookie card holder is beyond me. So I guess that would be the only exception.
Mhm.
Where if I
Which
had
Jordan rookie are you talking about?
the Flair 86 Flair, So
PSA is the preferred because there's
Yeah.
people that actually do the sets and build the sets.
I've always been told and have believed that for some reason people want their Jordan rookies and Beckett because they do basketball. I don't know, but
There you go.
it maybe I'm wrong, and that's fine.
Yeah, you got egg all over your face. Here's some ketchup all over your face.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I go back to the beginning of the show. If I'm wrong and made a mistake, the only way to handle that would be to insult people and blame you for my error. So shut
Oh,
up.
and
Bob.
also to delete the video.
You're a minion, and you don't know what you're talking about, and you're stupid. And my mistake is all your fault. You big dumb jerk, baby face.
Well, I was going to say you weren't actually wrong because it likely used to be Beckett.
You also, by the way, you also forgot to mention that your content breathes life and enjoyment into people's lives. In the same vein as the Minions thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that too.
That's really important. Important to finish
Yeah.
with that. Finish. It's a strong finish.
Yeah.
CC says, Carlos, return the flip so they can reduce the pop count. There you go. Dakota says, I'm like Brady going for ownership. Like it. If we got Nat in here, you'd have the owners of BGS, CGC, SGC, and PSA in here. I know. Very exciting. Very exciting. So the good news is I don't need to return it because Bobbles, and you can find this in the pop report. This is legit. So it is now an Avante Maddox rookie. So Dakota will appreciate that. Dakota, it is now an Avante Maddox rookie because I disagree with the trash computer, the cardboard box with the steam on the side of it. This Zach Wilson is at the least a 7. So you lying bastards with your 6.5, you're wrong.
Wrong.
Trash. Reboot. Redo the bias.
They had the wrong damn card.
Minions.
I know. By the way, after obviously the crack notwithstanding, just so quick moment of seriousness for a second. Because now I got the thing opened. Outside of the gigantic crack that I did with the Stein, if you can get
Accidents
inside
happen.
yeah, accidents happen. But once I got it open, there's like no frosting or anything on the outside of it. Like in all seriousness, like obviously it's not sealed properly because it got a gigantic crack on the side of it. But if you could get the damn thing closed up, I actually can't tell that much of a difference from when it was still sealed.
Did it feel like it was like I know it's Sonic World, but did it feel like it had any kind of glue or anything?
Nope.
No.
Yep. Not that I
I'm
can tell.
wondering if there would be a way to. I mean, never mind. Let's not even go down that road because somebody will figure it out. There's ways to
I'm
do
sure,
that shit
like
on
somebody's gonna take it
slabs
apart and figure it out.
Yeah,
But
we don't- that
all
doesn't
I'm
need to be
saying,
done.
all I'm saying is that I don't know.
Well,
Obviously, I abused it ahead of time, so like this would not qualify as a proper test, But I don't know. Seemed like it wasn't that hard to separate once you got to a certain point.
You need to let Tag know that you've done that and have taken the original card out so they can take it off there.
I did not take the original card. They just had no idea what an Avante Maddox is.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Yeah, the computer screwed it up.
I thought you gave them so much shit for going backwards, Eric. That would put them in the negative.
Yeah, they explicitly said that the computer gets it right the first time, and that's the end of it. So if the computer says that Avante Maddox is Zach Wilson, then God damn it, Avante Maddox is Zach Wilson.
Well, we don't want
So
them
it
to go
says-
negative again. So,
Nope.
Okay.
We're being positive here. Positivity.
It'd be like those YouTube statistics.
Mm-hmm. Don't want to go negative. Don't do it. Don't do it. Well, a grading company slap a card for $10 or less before the end of the year. Well, for the specials, SGC did the $9 football special. So are you talking about for a special or are you talking about, without caveats beyond bulk? I don't think below 10. CGC is the closest one. They're at 12.
Well,
And if you do the membership, it's sub 10.
the $9 stuff with tops, you didn't need bulk. You could.
No,
you could
it's true,
send
but
them
I'm
one
saying,
card.
but it puts in without caveats. I consider a special to be a caveat. I guess it depends how you define a
Oh,
caveat.
okay. Beyond. Well,
Yeah.
I can
CGC
actually.
you can get for CGC you can get for $9.60. So
you
that
can
is
actually
available
get
now.
A little cheaper than that.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm saying
Yeah.
now he did also say beyond bulk, so that wouldn't qualify. What's the next tier above the bulk one? I forget now.
It's like $15, but then you have the discounts.
Yeah.
Um,
So that knocks it down to I think 12. So it's pretty close. And that's without bulk.
it's 20. What is the max membership? 20% or something like that? 15%?
20%. Yeah, 20%. Yeah, so that would make the 15 12
Yeah,
without bulk.
$12.
Which is pretty close. Pretty close to your number you're looking for there. Bobby is the bottom of that, but with mayo. Back at some of the most expensive graded basketball cards in existence. True. Yep, I talked about that with Jake. 90 baseball cards. Babyface. You mean Grandpa Face. I got a non-card question for Eric. You can wait until later tonight, perhaps. Joke Bobbles. Bobby's looking for fries to clean up that ketchup. Maybe.
That sounds good.
Yep. In all seriousness, if you did tell Tag about the cracked out Wilson, he'll bring the total graded cards this week to -1. Dang. See, I don't want to bring it to -1. I'm content leaving them at 0. It's fine. But Dakota, let me know. You're the football guy. Let me know if you want yourself the most unique Avante Maddox rookie in the hobby. I'll go find me some super glue, and we'll make this thing happen. In the meantime, we can keep what's left of the coaster in effect. I'll just flip it to the other side. There. Problem solved.
All right.
I fixed it.
I'm curious, is there anyone in the chat, and it looks like we got 46 people. Is there anyone in the chat that is going to the National? You know, we've talked about it. You know, we've discussed all these different things that are happening there, grading, this, that, and the other thing. How many of the 46 people that are watching this garbage right now actually plan on going to the National?
Yeah, and how many of you backed out now because Bobbles backed out, and that's it for you?
Yeah, well, there's that too. Yeah,
that's a legitimate question.
Like, well, if he's not going, I'm not going.
Yeah. Yeah, if you said it, it's like, hey, we'll see if I can find. Like Eric was joking about it. It's like, no, I'll see if I can get my hand. I found out. Like, look, this is not a joke. I found out, and I showed Eric the other day. I found out that Slab Sharks is doing sales of tag slabs. I know it's shocking. Please, all of you. I'm glad you're sitting down. I'm shocked. I know. Calm down. But some of them have finished sub $10, comfortably sub $10. So it is possible to find new coasters now still sub $10. And by the way, that's tag 10s. I got this as a 6.5. That was a joke. But no, you can get tag 10s sub $10. It is possible. So maybe I'll get one, and then Dakota can have this one. Obviously, it's been cracked to hell. So the structural integrity. I joke because Flip and Steve did a water test with a bunch of slabs. Obviously, this one would not qualify given that it's got a hole in it now. So, but again, you can flip it and it's still a good coaster. It's fine. We go here.
I see that there are a bunch of people answering me. I would like more people.
Yep, I'm scrolling through. Give me a second. Go through.
To do that.
Possibility of a roof.
Encouraging them to continue telling us.
Yeah, mall hosting AMG, collapsing according to tweet. Fair enough. We'll keep an eye on it. I'll check in with Brad. I know he's doing some stuff tonight, so we'll check it out. Going yes for Paul. Yes, that's right. Friday and Saturday, maybe Sunday. Fair enough. Paul. Nope, not going. Never been interested. Never been interested or never been
Screw you,
but
Bob.
interested. That was a good one. I like that one.
Screw you, Bob. Speaking of which, I know these aren't like topics of things that everybody's interested in, but I bought some to flip. Make that clear, to flip. I bought some Civil War books, and I didn't realize when I bought them, those freaking things are almost 160 years old. That was pretty damn impressive. So, just he mentioned the Revolutionary War books, so that made me think of it.
You're throwing us off the scent.
I bought
them to sell.
You could have gotten them from your bookshelf, from your personal stash.
I'm writing them now.
Yeah,
we're all first editions that he bought back in 1890.
Yeah, signed everything, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
eBay link below.
Degenerate Card Gambler says, no, I'm not going because I'd be arrested for punching Jeff Wilson. Well, thankfully, Geoff is safe then. I know that a lot of people hate Jeff Wilson, but you do know his name is Geoff, Geoff. So if you punch Jeff Wilson, you're gonna get arrested, and you still won't get the card guy.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. So Geoff is safe, but Jeff Wilson's in trouble. There's probably a Jeff Wilson out there, so there's probably gonna be one dude's gonna be confused. Why does everybody hate me? What did I do? Nope, but may make the trip to Atlantic City anyway. There, fair enough. 2X, do what you got to do, buddy. Triple E, nope. It's a corporate affair, not for individuals. Fair enough. Fair enough. Carlos, what do you think of the exchange between Dustin and Ziggy in the comment section of Flip Steve video? Apparently, Dustin wants a painting back. I think I could be mistaken. I think it's one of those OG paintings he had in the background that I think his mother-in-law made. So yes, I think that was a joke. What do I think of it? I think it's an exchange between Ziggy and Dustin. All I'll say is this, and Bobbles, without revealing too much, back me up on this. I think we got some mileage out of jokes at Dustin's expense on a regular basis. It is very enjoyable for us. I think that's a fair statement.
I think one individual is jealous of the other individual and what that individual is doing because the other individual wanted to do it. And that's, and it's just a whirlwind out there. But
I think, and I think it's very sad. And I think jealousy looks terrible in Dustin. It's absolutely terrible. Bob Jackson says, but seriously, not going to national, the chances of me collecting up there is slim to none. Fair enough. Houston and Sun, no, not going. Fair enough. Sounds good. Carlos, thank you for the lovely Card Talk video earlier in the week. No problem. If you could specify which one, that'd be awesome. There were a few this week, so I just want to make sure I specify. But there were some fun ones this week. I did enjoy it. It was a good contact week, I would say. Bubbleside was saying, hey, I remember these guys.
Screw you, Bob.
These book trimmers, maybe.
Hey, Bob, nobody likes you.
I've seen Jeff Wilson in person. He's bigger than you think. He'll whoop your ass. There you go. Apparently he's getting Thunderdome over there. What if Jeff Wilson could throw down? You never know.
That's what the hobby needs. It just needs an all-out, like...
Thunderdome?
Everybody needs to get their feelings out. Whether it be physical or emotional. Because there is so much damn bickering. Like, cardboard Karens.
So, Bubbles, which one are we getting? So, Bubbles, which one are we getting, though? Are we getting Thunderdome, my preference? Or are we getting Hug It Out?
No,
I don't know what would work best, like Kumbayaing or Steel Cage match. Yeah, I mean
that seems like the most plausible. Yes. Yeah. So Card Hobbyist says the Toys R Us draft was a Jeffrey. Ninjas is asking here. But was it Jeffrey? He still is outside the U.S. That's true. Yeah, the Toys R Us still they kept Toys R Us running over here. I think they've tried to make a comeback in the U.S. though. I feel like they're trying again with a handful of stores. Bazooka Tom here says, Carlos, can you give Dustin a lesson on how to operate a live stream while still following the comments? So remember what I said earlier. Like I said, I don't want to reveal too much. I want to be fair to the Discord that we make occasional reference to. Let's just say, I feel comfortable in saying the following. During that live stream, there may have been some glorious and delicious roasting happening in the direction of one Dustin while that was going on. I won't say I was party to it or participating in it or leading it in some cases. I won't say that, but you're welcome to think what you will. Throw it out there. A lot of roasting.
Checking out the first Iconic auctions.
Oh, yes? Oh, was it as exciting as I hoped?
Well, I'm back pretty fast.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, and if anybody is curious about some thoughts on, that kind of watch-along content, Jake and I have a conversation on it during our content conversation. And Jake was actually one of the OGs who did the PWCC watch-along party before some people tried to make it cool and ruined it instead.
Oh.
Yep. No, he did. Once upon a time, years before any of that stuff, he did a watch-along with some folks. But it was more collector-oriented. They actually weren't showing the auction, but they were commenting on the auctions. It was literally a watch-along. Hey, did you see whatever sold for whatever? Oh, man, that sounds high. What do you think? Oh, there's only 5 of them. It's literally back and forth conversation, which actually to me is more entertaining, more engaging. I did make the point, though, that unfortunately, if you are going to do that, again, I'm not a big fan of the type of content. However, if you are going to do it, that forces you to look at more auctions than you're probably actually interested in, and that forces you into that problem. Like you have to look at a bunch. In order to make that worth the sponsor's time, you have to be more expansive. And you're going to look through a bunch of auctions like, I don't really care about this. And I don't really care to hear you talking about it. It's kind of not interesting. I'm probably only going to be interested in 5 or 10 auctions, even if I am interested in the auction that's happening. I'm
Mhm.
just
I
being
am
realistic about it.
interested in all auctions on every single platform unless they are being run by Hockey Barn Collectibles, and then I want nothing to do with that.
Wow. Thunderdome, yes. Thank you, Bob Jackson. Most of them probably can't fight, but most of them likely think they can't fight, but actually cannot. actually cannot. Watching people that think they can fight is quite amusing. I agree with that. I agree with that. Andy here says, I really enjoyed the conversation with Jake Roy. He's a collector if I've ever seen one. Yeah, a great conversation. We had a good chat before and after as well, so it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I want to see the fight between influencers where people, tables and cards fall over. I want tables, ladders, and chairs.
Yeah.
U.S. Toys R Us, one of those sleep pop-up shop things inside of a store, not a real thing. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Roast Master General. All I said is one of my comments during the entire thing. The roast was delicious. It was a lot of fun. This is where Beckett reigns supreme when being used as weapons. Facts. Dakota says Dustin is still getting
if
through that.
I was in a slab fight, I would definitely want Beckett slabs.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah. Dustin is still getting through the chat. That was one of the many jokes. We joked about that Dustin might say, right now, if you don't see him, he's actually still answering chat comments from that live stream. To this very day. To this very day. Justin Gamble wants to have any criticism directed at him for having a paid Discord. I want to see him on SCR. I suppose you could, but here's the thing. You can have a paid Discord. Who cares? I wouldn't pay for that, personally. A lot of those Discords are free. And also, what value are you bringing to the table? But if somebody wants to pay for that, personally, I don't care. But it also makes no sense. I could literally be like, it makes no sense. But if you want to do it, because to me, and I'll give you a good, specific concept here, in the content space, when people have a Patreon, and the Patreon gives people access to a Discord or some kind of a community thing where they do it, what's the difference? It's the same principle, right? Oh, you get access to exclusive content and access to Discord, this community where people... Again, I don't see any reason why you pay for it. But if someone wants to, again, Justin Gamble started relatively recently. He already had a YouTube channel that was successful in another genre. And he's been able to... So he already had an editor. He already had all this stuff. So he can produce this really slick content out of nowhere that most people can't. But if people like to watch it, that's fine. And if they want to support it by paying for that Discord, they certainly can. I don't see the value in it. But it's also not my money. So that would be my ultimate answer is like, it's not my money. You do you. Good evening, Michael Ham. Can we do a Crumble giveaway? Dude, every day we get a little bit closer.
Can we just pause on this? Because I still haven't had a chance to give our new promotion code that for the new Toronto location.
All right, but if you're going to do it, can I actually be showing the promo during it? Because it was actually a pretty awesome video. I want to play it.
Okay.
While you're yamming on.
Right,
This is your chance, Eric. Don't screw it up. Don't screw this up for us, Eric.
Okay. So we are very, very excited here at Because I'm Carlos because of the new Crumble location in the Toronto area. And it is opening at the end of the month. We are almost there. We are days away. And we want everybody, even in the United States, to cross the border and get up there on their opening day. And we have a special opening day only promotion, and we have a special code. And that code is 59009. I'll say that again. It's 59009. Okay? And for those who might not have picked that up, I wrote it down, and I want to make sure that you can all see it.
What are the subgrade numbers?
Oh, wait a minute. It's upside. It was upside down. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had that upside down. So that's what you want to do. Go to that location on its opening day, and the code 59009.
I'm not sure if we should be encouraging or discouraging Eric on this, but there was effort made. I do want to say one thing though. Originally, like I said, we started this joke some time ago, but I got to be honest. Now that they actually, Bobby, I got to be honest with you. Now that they actually have a Toronto location, I almost do want to reach out to them and go, guys, can we do like I'll send you a clip to the beginning of this live stream. Guys, we've actually been joking about this forever. If you actually have a thing within striking distance, I'm willing to do a thing. I'm just saying we can do a thing. We got media partnerships and all kinds of bullshit over here. Bobbles was privy to it. We were joking about it. I just said, Eric, my pitch is that I actually would like to rip off Dustin, and I'm gonna start my own media network here. It's gonna be the BIC Media Network, and I think you and Bobbles could have a show, and we're workshopping names. Bobbles, what was the one we came up with?
How the cookie crumbles, or how the cardboard crumbles, or something like
But
that.
spelt like crumble.
Yeah.
Now I don't know what the hell you two are going to talk about it, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. It's a veiled excuse to have a crumble commercial, basically. I'm
You can
for
talk
it. Is
about
all I'm
having
saying.
chocolate bars or crumble cookies. One of the two.
Wow, look at you, love it.
It's a 1981 Gretzky.
Yep, the Mr. Big. Yep.
Ooh, eat it.
81 too. No, it's actually I have the wrapper and I make them look like chocolate bars.
Oh yeah.
Because otherwise, you try to sell the wrapper, you can get $40, but you can get $75 if you have it looking like a chocolate bar because people have that, I don't know, affinity to buy things that look like original packages. So there you go.
Is that like Rock Autos?
Well,
Yeah,
Bubbles.
pretty
It's funny you were going to
close.
mention this. It's funny
Real,
you mentioned
but
this.
it's not real. Yeah.
I was going to mention this in the next comment. Hang on 1 second. I'm glad you brought it up, but I want to mention this. I was going to mention the next comment. Set up a boxing ring at the National. Let these channels duke it out. And Fanatics can take pictures of the fights and put inserts in the next year. See, I like where you're thinking with this. I like it. Dakota says Discord feeds incoming. The thing is, he didn't tell us the currency, and I want to pay him in Rock Autos. I just Rick. The only currency that matters. The only currency that matters. OnlyFans does the same thing. Probably no. I'm okay having a paywall. I'm also okay saying nope and not paying for it. Facts. Look, I said it partially in jest, but the thing is, that's why I say when Hockey Hockey 99 was talking about it, it's like, dude, if Justin Gamble can convince his followers to pay for a Discord for Lord knows what reason when there's so many free ones, here's the thing, I like Discord as a platform because it's a way that you can actually chat with folks, but you can also come back to it later and be like, all right, what I missed, and scroll through and see a lot of trash talk. Our Discord is basically a whole whack ton of trash talk. Bobbles knows this, so we're just kind of having some fun with it. And you can put memes on it, you can put GIFs on it, and you can do all that stuff. But you don't have to be on it the whole time. You can come back later and follow with what was just being discussed at the time. But it's a free platform. You can do that and set it up however you want and have different channels and do all that stuff. But if somebody wants to charge for that and somebody wants to pay for it, free country, have at it, man. But again, I don't see the value in it and I wouldn't. But if somebody else wants it, it's your money. You do it.
I'm in that camp too. Like, I'm a cheap ass and don't like to pay for additional things. But I have heard the argument and why many people do pay for that kind of stuff is they use the fees as business write-offs.
Sure.
Because there's a huge reseller Discord that's behind a paywall, and it basically the people pay the Patreon to get access to the Discord, but then it gives them access to 3 of the larger resellers in there, and then there's different levels where they can get shout outs. So it basically boils down to a marketing fee of sorts, and they can use all that as a tax write-off. So
okay.
I like
Yes.
it. This is real. At least is real.
At least.
All right, so this one's for you specifically, Bobby. Hockey Hockey 99 says, Bobby, where do you fall on the hobby negativity versus hobby positivity? Or vice versa? I personally think both are necessary, but not a hard right or hard left. Call it the BS.
I don't think there's negativity. There's the reality, I think, more than anything else, and positivity. Positivity about the hobby is we all, like-minded people who share this common interest of collecting, and that's the positivity of it, and it helps you. I think it helps most people with their lives going forward that, you have something to look forward to. Looking forward to mail is underrated. Honestly, I think we we all look forward to getting mail. It's sort of exciting. See what you got. Funny thing is, you open it, and you go, "Oh, that's nice," and then you put it in a box. But the negativity is actually the reality of it all, and those are the real things that happen in the hobby, and they're not negative. They're just bringing things to light. I don't really like calling things out that are negative. It's just letting people know what's going on out there, and there's nothing wrong with that either. It's just, I think it's more information based. Then there's the other negativity, which is just people bashing people like name for no reason and stuff like that. But otherwise, then the rest of it's normal, but not that. But anyways, go on. Thank you. There you go.
That's fair. That's Bobby's TED Talk. Thank you all. One thing I was going to say, though, about a lot of the calling out stuff. The calling out stuff, I think, can serve a purpose if there is a legitimate issue. But also you as the individual can some of the stuff that gets called out is like, yep, that's unfortunate. But it also doesn't affect me. Because there's some of the stuff that's like, well, actually, that literally doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. It's like, oh, but they did. It's like, yep, I understand. I hear what you're saying. But why aren't you upset? It's like, because it literally doesn't affect me. It actually doesn't. Oh, but this $1 million card is trimmed. Cool. I wasn't in the market for $1 million card. Trim it, cut it in half, put it in a coaster. Like, do what you're going to do, but okay. But I can also choose to watch or not watch it. And if there is some valid information, hey, take that in too. Sounds good. I can live with that. Works for me.
And the other part of positivity too is another thing is that most of the vlogs out there, they're representing cars that only represent 1% of the people, right? Because you're going, oh, that one for $80,000. It's like, whatever. Who cares? Honestly.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. But that's part of that. Part of the conversation I had with Jake was I asked the question, kind of playing into what you just talked about. I asked the question, it's like, well, a lot of it is talking about price points that most of us are not participating in anyway. So it almost like doesn't connect with the reality. It's like, yeah, okay, cool. Oh, this card was $10,000 and now it's $1,000. Cool. I wasn't in the market for $1,000 card either. So
yeah,
it's like it's down 90%. The problem is it's still not down far enough for it to be relevant to what I'm actually doing. That's in our conversation. I said for most people, $100 purchase is a decision. They got to think about it a little bit. Hold on, it's not like this automatic, snap. Oh yeah, I'll buy it for sure. No, hold on. I might have other bills. I might have other things going on that I need to be considerate of. So when we're talking into the hundreds or thousands, most people are going to be like, yeah, I can't. Oh, but that's a great deal. That's awesome, but I can't afford that. Or the alternative, I could actually buy something else that would be more useful to me for the same amount of money that what you're talking about. Bobbles was talking about not going to National because he had other things going on, family related. Well, it made more sense for Bobbles to go with his family and take a trip and do some things family related with the money that would otherwise have gone to the National. Potentially similar, same amount of money, but you're making one decision over another. It's the opportunity cost thing. Yes, you could go to the National, but then you're losing the time and the opportunity to do this other thing that you'd rather be doing that makes more sense to you. And that's perfectly valid because you're making a decision.
And the missus could only... Well, it wasn't... I want to be clear on that too. It wasn't a financial thing.
All I'm saying is that you're choosing to use your resources one way instead of another.
Right, and she could only take one span of a week at one clump. And right. So it would if we did the National thing, then she wouldn't have been able to get a chunk at one time off again to go do something with them. So that was kind of part of it too. But it had nothing to do with the money aspect of it because if it was that, I wouldn't have booked it to begin with because I know how much last year's cost and I bought cards and stuff. So it wasn't that. It was literally seeing her getting her senior pictures done kind of hit us both in the heartstrings. Yeah. So,
but the point we realized how much cost is not just money. Cost is also time.
Well, yeah, and
time is a thing too. It's an actual thing that you have to consider. I can only do one of these things or another. I'd rather do this one than this one.
Well, and this is a question for everybody. If you actually sit down and look today at the past few years and how quickly time just kind of passed by because of all of the crazy shit that was going on, not just in cards, but in the world. It really like, and maybe it's just because I have a kid that flew through high school. I don't know, but it felt like the last, several years just flew right past. And then, like I mentioned, the bulk subs, that takes up a hell of a lot of time too. And it was like, where the hell did the time go? How did she go from this little girl to
Dude, you're
driving,
preaching to
almost
the choir.
18,
Yep,
graduating? It's like, holy shit. So,
you're preaching to
yeah.
the choir. I totally get it.
Yep, I know. My son's 32. Had a baby, grandpa. But Bobbles, I have to ask you a question. So, would last year be more going for the national for yourself? Would that be more of a social event for you, or buying cards for you? One which dominated. Which one would it be?
Last year, like I had said earlier, and you might have been away,
Oh, maybe.
she asked me what I was thinking of the national after a few days, and I told her, I said, if it wasn't for the people, it wouldn't have been worth even going,
Yeah.
because the two main cards that I picked, well, I bought three awesome cards, and then I did a bunch of value box digging, but my Lou Gehrig, I bought off of a dealer. I had that deal made actually before the national started, and that was a dealer that I know. And then I bought a Larry Doby rookie off of a guy that I actually helped um, connect with a big buy, and he kind of gave me a deal on the Larry Doby as a thank you. Um, Outside of that, I didn't need the national. Like I I bought so many cards out of value boxes that I didn't need. It was just, okay, I'm there, I'm digging through, making a pile. I got this money with me. I didn't need them. Um, I didn't need the show for cards. And that's what it boils down to. You don't need the national for cards. You can
Sir,
buy them anywhere.
Can I
sir, you're on.
aggregate? Can I aggregate your statement now and transfer it to Bobble says, "I don't need the national." Let's just cut it off at that and just use that headline, and it'll be very
Clip
entertaining.
that.
I'll get Andy on this. Andy, I got you. Let's do this.
He'll do 50
You
ways
you don't
reasons
need
why.
you don't need the national to buy cards. I will put that stamp on it. You do not need the national to buy cards.
That's
Okay.
fair. No, I agree with you. That is a factual statement. It just
So-
makes for entertaining aggregation.
Was that a yes or no, or was there?
Yes, it was just the people.
Yeah.
It
Fair
was
enough.
the people.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Let me read a couple here real quick, just so that I get caught up. I don't want to dust in this thing. I want to actually be caught up in the comments. So let's do it. All right. Bazooka Tom says, I won't click on any videos that tease something overly dramatic. Clickbait does the opposite for me. Enjoy Neo, but because it's mostly news and rips. That's fair. Look, here's the thing. You can choose. Look, the reason I joke about it all the time and I have so much fun with it is you can choose. After a while, if you watch somebody enough times, you'll be able to gauge, all right, is this clickbait? Or they're playing it up for whatever. Because a lot of times, there'll be a certain format. It'll be like, the thumbnail will be like this, the title will be like this, and it's like, all right, so is it full-fledged clickbait? Is it kind of exaggerating it to try to get you to click on it a little bit? Clickbait isn't new. It's also not an issue, per se, as long as you're getting what you're looking for out of the content. This will be the way I present it to you. As long as you're getting what you're looking for out of the content on a consistent enough basis, then whatever, it's fine. If you're constantly watching it and not getting what you're looking for because it's promising you X and constantly giving you Y, and you don't enjoy Y, then don't watch it anymore. Kind of Bazooka Tom's point. If it doesn't work for you, and if it's not doing what you want, click off, because you're not going to get it. Like if it's working for that person, they're not going to change because it doesn't work for you. They're move on and find somebody that's doing the thing that works for you. CC is saying social media pushes drama out faster and wider, which is true.
Yep.
I would think before social media, drama, gossip, and clicks existed, but more. Yes, they've literally always existed. The only difference is now we can share them to everybody else. That's the only thing that's even like the scandals and everything. It's like they were there too. They were there back then too. The only difference is you couldn't make an Instagram post that somebody could reshare and like do all, and we'd have 10 YouTube videos about it, and that wasn't a thing then. But yeah, it was still around. That was totally a thing.
All right.
Yeah. Zach says negativity isn't calling out scammers. It's when people start name calling and speculating about the scammers. SCR crosses that line and gets clicked. I will still make fun of people. That's what I do. But I get your general point. I understand your general point, Zach. Carla says, everyone thinks a hobby would be better if the hobby agreed with themselves, but we won't even agree with ourselves in 10 years. No. No. We just need to figure out how to disagree respectfully. That's a fair point. But yeah, we'll never agree with ourselves. No way. Okay, Bobbles, this one's for you. Hockey 99 says, Bobbles, what's your favorite 90s baseball insert?
90s baseball insert, I would have to say one of my favorites is the Stadium Club, I believe it's Stadium Club Ringleaders, but I also like a lot that Pacific did, like with the In the Cage and those where they had like it was like the net fusion type where it looked like the actual net behind them and everything. Those are pretty cool too. But the Ringleaders, they tried to redo those and they do not look anywhere near the same. Those cards are just freaking beautiful.
There you go. Sounds good.
It. Makes sense. Scrolling through, even local shows don't appeal, which is fine. I think that's fair. Bubbles, you aren't spending huge on Ellie De La Cruz, are you? Why do you think he can't go to the National? He needs to spend it on Ellie De La Cruz.
Actually, I have not bought a single Ellie De La Cruz. I have sold a couple, but I have not bought any. So, no. Answer, no.
Yeah, that's fair. If you're opening a card which group, would you be more afraid of the set collector or the player collector? For some of the stuff I do, it's actually kind of close. It's kind of even. Because some of that stuff, some of that will actually, they do a little Venn diagram. You'll actually get both, unfortunately. That happens to me a lot with the cup in hockey, because they'll be like the Medano. Yes, there's the Medano collectors, but the set collectors, somebody's building the set, say patches, the set patch autographs or whatever. There are people who literally build that set. So there's your set collector, and then you have the player collector as well. So the other Medano guys also want that. So, and there are some folks that just like nice patches. So let's say the patch is particularly nice. There are people that literally only want to collect really nice patches. So there's a set collector, the player collector, and the person who just likes that particular insert or whatever set. And all of a sudden you're having to compete with these three distinct groups for the same item, and it does this to the price. It pushes right up. Dave here. Good evening, Dave. Headline: Bobbles denounces National. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you collect pre-war, the National is a must, especially if you want to see hold the card before buying. That said, I'm fine with not going anymore. That's fair. What about, Dave, have you attended, because there's some other vintage shows that I hear are pretty strong. Strongsville, I hear, is a decent show for vintage. The East Coast National used to be okay. There you go. But my point is there's some regional shows that have developed a reputation for having decent, because some of these same dealers are attending these shows as well. And if they have the inventory you're looking for, they may already have it at these other shows. And to Bobby's traditional point, maybe you're going to have an easier time negotiating with them at not the craziest card show of all.
Well, a lot of pre-war doesn't come to the shows.
Yeah,
and
fair.
If you do have a show that has pre-war, it's kind of a good thing. I think it drives more people to shows than it does the social aspect. So
that's fair. But Bazooka Tom says, so if you don't need the National buy cards, it should be event driven. Maybe Fanatics should. Yeah. So we'll see what Fanatics' events look like. I am genuinely curious what that's going to look like. Because if they can, let's put it this way. This maybe is a conversation we'll learn more as we see more going forward here. If the National, again, it was a rumor. We don't know what the 100% is going to be. We're going to need to find out. But what comes next is going to be, if the National can't evolve and learn, and Fanatics is able to produce a good event that has the sports card, I know, I'm getting to it. Just hang tight. But if they can do a good job of it, they could give the National competition, because they could run something opposite to it. And if it becomes more interesting for folks, why not?
Yeah, I believe that 100% that will probably happen. The Expo won't be rivaled, but the National could be.
Yeah. And there's so many good regional shows now that if you actually like the card show element, they're offering something really good. There's a lot of very good regional shows that are offering strong offerings if you don't need the biggest show. If you're not just looking for the biggest show because it's the biggest show. Again, I used a couple of examples like the Strongsville one. I hear some good things. There's some interesting stuff out there that might be good because they do tend to focus. There is a little bit more of a vintage thing. So if you're collecting some vintage, I hear that's a decent show. That might not be a bad. So if you're more of a vintage guy, that might make more sense to you. Strongsville, Ohio might be a hell of a lot easier to get out to and make your life easier. I learned about 98 Flair Showcase Row Zero cards today. Never heard of them before. They look nice. They do look nice. That's right. Set collectors scare me more. They need to finish what they're doing, knowing they beat the player collector. Player collector can collect other stuff. That's fair, Paul. When bidding, the collectors can have the more focused collectors are tough to beat. Yes. Mr. Baseball Collector, good evening. Bubbles needs to turn himself into SCR bashing the National to take the heat off of Ty. He might need the help, Bubbles. Bubbles, if you do...
I'm the scapegoat now?
Invoice,
Yeah.
Bubbles. But we can monetize this. I already told Mike that he's going to need all the help he can get with the PR. So if we can monetize this, Bubbles, be the villain. We'll get you a sweet, sweet cut, sweet cash prize. Let's go.
I want to be clear. I am not bashing nor discouraging anyone of going. In fact, I really hated to call a couple people and let them know that we had changed our mind because they've become really, really good friends, and I was looking forward to hanging out with them. But I'm not like sad at the decision I made at all. So
He's deleting his post like Ty. Oh my god.
Wow.
nope, I'm not deleting anything. I'm just telling people just because I made a decision doesn't mean
That was Bob. Eric, did you see how Bobby went from the top rope there and went straight with the elbow, like straight, like
Oh, yeah.
down?
Great Macho Man.
and
Pure.
to Dave's
I saw
point.
it.
To Dave's
Brand Jack.
point about pre-war stuff,
Mhm.
this is a pre-war card,
It is. Yep.
and I didn't need to hold this to know that I wanted it or that it was good. I knew the dealer I was buying it from, and y'all know me. I like buying the nice looking cards that the borders are optional. So
Mhm. There you go.
I didn't need to look at that one to know I wanted it.
All right, scroll through here. Carlisle says the East. He wrote East Cobb. I don't know if that's what he actually means, but I'll just read it as is. East Cobb sports collectible shows are comparable to national. It's a lousy comparison, but it's comparable. That's fine. That's what I said. I think the regional shows have a niche, and I think some of those regional shows are doing very well on their own, catering to their niche. The Burbank show is only getting bigger. I heard one of the. I think it was with everybody's favorite Geoff, but Rob Veras there was like casually stating, we're thinking we might be able to get to 900 tables. Now, again, because the National isn't going to the West Coast, that might be totally viable. It might make a lot of sense for him, which means that would make it a massive show. That'd be a very strong show out on the West Coast to cater to a West Coast crowd. Why not? There's business to be made. If there's business to be made, why wouldn't you? Philly is good. Strongville is pretty good from my limited experience. There's some dealers with pre-war that only do the National. That's fair. I got you. But I'm saying there are options now.
It's actually good for the United States. You got 300 million people. We have 30 million. We have 2 shows a year where you just have the national and some other smaller shows. You do need a rival show, and it's actually rife for it to happen in the next year or two. So I would keep people looking, especially if they're going back to Atlantic City and doing all these moves and choices. And if dealers want to keep their prices high, then these other shows might dominate. And then you'll have 2 shows going on. And that'll split a lot of the crowd.
Yeah. But my thought, Bobby, is that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No,
I think just a large show for the sake of a large show, at a certain point, it actually becomes more detrimental to the experience of the attendees to just have more and more and more people. Just more for the sake of more isn't necessarily the best. Maybe having a little bit of competition in the sense that, all right, you can make choices, you can make decisions. Oh, I like these dealers and they're setting up over here, so I'll go over there, and some other people can be over here. And guess what? You can still meet up with people, like-minded people at these shows anyway.
Well, there's still the Edmonton show and the Vancouver show. I really don't want to go out there, but actually, they're faring decently, I guess. I don't think they're amazing, but I mean, they've come a long way. I don't think it'll rival it, but just where people are, their destination, they don't want to fly into Toronto because it is expensive, and then it becomes a national to them. $4,000 to set up at the show or even come to the show. They don't want to do that, so stay local, and if the shows can sustain themselves and have enough stuff, why not?
I agree. Mike here adds Burbank show in Anaheim. That's the one we were talking about. So they're going to do it in Anaheim now. In that new convention, that's where he was pitching the possibility of 900 tables because they got a much larger venue over there. They could fit a very large show over there. Because I think Anaheim is where they had that record national. The one in 91, the one that was the record, and I think still is the record holder. So it is possible they have large convention centers over there. Wes here with the Comfortable Shoes Gang. Love it. Thank you, Wes. I don't want to go to Cleveland next year, so I'll go to Burbank instead. Perfectly fine.
No, nobody wants to go to Cleveland any
I
year.
do.
not even the people who live in Cleveland.
Eric, they've
I'm
got a
driving.
song that says
I'm
Cleveland
driving.
rocks. What are you doing over there, man?
I'm driving to Cleveland.
Nobody
Is
wants.
I'm not like a huge follower of comics. I know a little bit of it, but
Right.
the two main shows for them, isn't it the New York Comic Con and then the San
San
Diego
Diego.
Comic Con?
San
Yeah, San Diego
Diego.
Comic Con's
So-
a massive one, yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah,
Why
That's
doesn't
the
Cards
biggest.
do that? Like, why don't we have an East Coast and a West Coast?
They will. That's what I was just. That was my presupposition, really, to what I was saying is that
Does
It's gonna
comics have one that's like big or major in the middle section? I know I've
Oh,
heard San Diego,
there are
and
definitely
New York,
there
and I
are
know they're
definitely
smaller,
comic
but
So Bubbles, there are definitely comic conventions of varying sizes. The two ones that you named are two of the more famous ones. Those are ones that are known. Like the New York and the San Diego Comic Con are like the two big ones. But there are definitely like Comic Cons of varying sizes around different pockets. That's what I agree. That's why I agree. Fanatics can take its stab at creating its own con, its own concept.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it'll all work, but you can try. I think it was Menzie Bobby who tried to do the Fan Expo thing here, where he did the sports one. He tried to do like a thing where we have Fan Expo, but he attached the sports one for a year just to try it.
they
And he
did that
invited
one.
Hulk-
Yeah, that was like 10, 12 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, that was yeah, and I remember it because he did the thing where he invited Joe Montana, he invited Hulk Hogan, Eric Bischoff, and some other ones.
Bobby Orr.
Yeah, and he basically tried to make it into like a thing. They did the show, the card show. It wasn't anything crazy, but they also had the Fan Expo as well. So they were trying to do like a big thing, like a collector's con kind of thing, basically.
It was. I don't know if it was very successful for the hockey because
Yeah,
it was sort of like they were outside of the event. They weren't in the other part of the event, the Comic Con part.
yeah. And
So,
they use the Metro Toronto Convention Center, which has a lot of section, a lot of territory. They do a lot of the
yeah.
auto shows out there. They got a lot of. So it's funny
But there's no
because
parking, and it's
well,
it's
that
kinda-
that's just it, Bobby. We
Yeah.
we would never consider that for an expo. It wouldn't make sense, but it's not that they don't have the floor space, because with all the halls and everything, they literally run auto shows out of the Metro Toronto Convention Center, so they've got plenty of floor space, and it is accessible in certain ways. But the parking situation is disastrous, and it'd
Well,
be
it works
awful.
well for the Comic Con because a lot of the people
Yes.
don't have cards and they're younger generation, so it's perfect for them.
They'll come on the train. They'll
But-
come on the train and other modes of transportation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they can get people
Whereas-
there by the tens of thousands that way, and it works.
But you look at the expo, like the parking lot is packed to every degree, right? And it's huge
Agreed.
parking there. There's tons,
Agreed.
but it's busy. Yeah.
Yeah. And in order to pull that off, they have to basically put it in the middle of nowhere beside the airport. They're like,
Basic.
it's just a big old plot of land over there. Like, if there wasn't for the hotels and the airport, it's like, what the hell's over there?
A&W.
Timmy's.
There's a Timmy's probably in Nunavut somewhere, like in a corner. It's like they're serving the one person. Can it get watered down? Yep. Can it be negotiated with the dealer? Very busy, cool. Yep. Fair enough, Paul. Comic Cons are a move around too. They aren't afraid of middle states. Yeah, I agree, Wes. We're getting
think
there.
they
The
could-
Nationals for the Northeast.
I think they could triangulate the U.S. shows. Anaheim, New York, and then somewhere down Chicago. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying here. Like the National is for the Northeast, the Burbank show would become the National of the West Coast, which would be perfectly fine. And then
Perfect.
Dallas has a big show in the South.
Yeah.
I'm just saying all three shows could coexist in their own niches, doing their thing. That's why I say, for me, I think I've said this before in this way. Look, the National's fine for what it is. I have no issue with the National, great. But I have no problem with a world where you have a series of very strong regional shows offering different things throughout the calendar year, so that people don't have to be like, oh, if I miss this show, then that's it. No, there's Dallas show every couple months. There's the Philly show. You want to go over to the West Coast? There's the Burbank show. You can go you can do Chantilly. You've got options, man.
Yeah. I think it's
I like
important.
Dakota. Shut up, Wes. No one asked you. He's like, Eric, they're turning on each other.
I love it.
Good evening, Eric, gentlemen, and Eric. Thank you, Josh.
May I respond to that, please?
By all means,
Shut up, Josh. Thank you.
and make sure to hit the like button, Josh. Eric will
Twice.
appreciate you. Denver had a Comic Con. They had to change the name to Fan Fest. Fair enough.
That's what they had to do here in Boston, and our Comic Con is in 2 weeks. I go every year with my daughter, so we're excited about going and hitting that. But they had to do the exact same thing. Is somehow I think the Comic Con name, is trademark.
Trademark. Yeah.
And
It could be.
we had to change it to FanFest.
You have the Shriner show. How long has it been running there? 25, 30 years?
Oh yeah, Shriners show's been long time, and it's it's a big show.
Have you considered moving into sports cars and not randomly selling Shriners?
Maybe. Yeah, I'll walk
Sure,
down
I
around
think-
with those funny little hats, you know? No,
Yeah, like it's kind of awkward. I thought that was banned. I thought there was a statute that like we can't do that anymore. Just asking. CC Fan Expo and Comic Con runs many shows. Sports carries way to go to rival the level of both Fan Expo and Comic Con. No, I don't think anybody's arguing it should, but I do think there's a model. There's a model that can be tried. There's probably a happy medium that can be found there. Kind of like when no one asked Dakota for that crap take of bring the National to Houston. Really, Houston? Fight it out, gentlemen. Fight it out.
I think there could be themed shows too, as well.
Sure.
More vintage, like you were saying about that other show down there.
I think there would be people who would specifically target that if you made it a thing for them. Yeah.
Like it doesn't have to be. Well, you look at that other. What was that show up in North? We went there. ESG. What is that?
It was the East Coast National. They ran it out of New York. It was
No. I meant the one we went to. Me, you, and Brad.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, the TSC show or whatever. Yeah, the one they did in the
whatever
hotel.
it was called.
Yeah.
So that's a total different show compared
Yes.
to any other show. It's all
course.
modern. It's all younger guys.
Yeah.
It's all new stuff for the most part.
Train
That-
was hopping there, Bobby. Train was hopping.
Yeah, 6 guys.
Ooh.
Not a Pelican case in the place. So
Oh no, they had Pelican cases. The issue is that's about all that was going on there. I just thought it was hysterical. I look. I enjoy like we said when we reviewed it. Look, it wasn't a good show, but I had fun. I still found some stuff. I had a good time with it. To me, it was a little trip. Got to stay in a nice
Found
hotel.
money.
Yeah, found some money exactly. Got to stay, but got to stay in a nice hotel, enjoy myself for the evening, hang out, watch the game, have some nice food, and then we had breakfast. And then we had breakfast. So
Yeah.
it wasn't all bad. It wasn't all bad. There's still some value to it. Not necessarily what they were shooting for, but there was something.
But that's what I'm
we can
saying.
find-
There's a lot of different shows that are happening in and around Toronto right now. Like I told you, I went out to this other show, set up at one
Yep.
show. Like
Yep.
a lot of different themes. People are trying, and I think if there's enough guys set up at different shows that you go around and make the circuit, there's no emergency to run to the bigger shows at this point.
Yep.
Because you're satisfying that in a 6 months basis, I guess, in between the expos.
I think it's good enough. Yeah. Like I don't think. Look, there are some like Michael Hamm is very good about this. Orlando is very good about this. Out in Florida, they have a card show every 30 minutes or something. Like it's ridiculous the amount that like if you missed one, just wait an hour. It's like the buses. You don't need you don't need bus service. You just go and visit a card show. There's one every 30 minutes. But I don't think it needs to be like that necessarily. I don't mind there being some. There is a place in the world like the card show that I visited. So there was the one that you talked about, but I visited that one in the in that hall in the what's it called? It was the same promoters, but they ran it in the what was the name of the little mini convention center? It was in Mississauga as well, but the name escapes me right now.
Oh, the convention.
It was the lodge or whatever. But anyway, like that was a decent show for what it was. For what it actually was, it was okay for because I was able. Not a big show. You could visit all the dealers, check out what they had, and I found stuff in some of those bargain bins, and it worked out fine for me, if you know what you're looking for. And I had a good time. I didn't stay too long. I honestly was out of there basically by lunchtime, and then we went to go have lunch. But I still found some stuff. Got a chance to chat with some folks. Again, talk about a little social. Had that, and was able to find a couple of cards. And was able to leave within a reasonable time and go have lunch and do other things.
Yeah, I find it fun doing that. I do a lot of that, running around.
Yeah. So what I mean is that there's room for shows like that. There's room for the bigger shows, but we don't need them every 5 minutes. We just don't need that. But once in a while, if you can give me a little space and a little time between some of the bigger shows and they're well organized and in a good spot, I'm good with it. John here. Good evening, John. Enjoyed your little shout out the other day, so hopefully you got my message there. He had some fun with the Jason Cardboard thing as well. So Paul says, between Dakota Beef and you and I, we're kind of screwed on that one. Yes. Wes here says, the all vintage show would be cranky old men yelling at each other about how things aren't the same anymore. Wes, are you volunteering to run the show? Let's do it. That's like half the fun. The show oftentimes is cranky old men
Yeah.
complaining. We do it digitally. Bubbles, we got this on lockdown, man. We don't even charge admission. We probably should. Dave says the challenge of the National is the space cost combination. Yes. Mike Burgess kept years trying to bring it back to California, but just couldn't get the space at a price to hold the show. Yeah. For a mega show, that's a huge challenge. Just went to one in Jacksonville. Price is way too high. Fair enough. Thank you, Jim. Get off my lawn, Wes. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Sounded like Wes was volunteering. Mike Graham says, we got a show today and tomorrow. Florida has shows every weekend. Yes, absolutely. 100%. And I'm not knocking it. If there's something there for them to do and they're liking and enjoying it, I used to like when I was a kid. They used to have shows all regularly as well. You got to talk about, think of the early 90s. There was a ton of shows. Tons. The mall shows, all kinds of. Now, you're not getting quality, if we're being honest about that. Like, we're not getting quality. The mall shows are just the same junk getting distributed all over the place most of the time. Let's be honest. The Expo was a huge step above, but you also had monthly shows that kind of were middle ground. The monthly shows were kind of a good, because sometimes they'd have autograph. The way you can tell is that some of the monthly shows were organized with autograph guests. So if you had some decent autograph guests, they could kind of bring some people in the door and do a little bit of business.
Actually, almost every show had an autograph guest.
Back then, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Be it in a small little hotel. The hotels were full. Like,
I heard The Rock made a lot of appearances.
Whoo!
He never
Man.
signed nothing, though.
I think he signed one rock for one guy. I'll get Rick on it. We'll get him to find out. We'll get him to certify it. It'll be fine.
Before he became really famous, he actually did a signing for the store that I work at, Sports World, and he's obviously gotten a little too big for us now. But when he was a nobody and just kind of starting off, he did do a signing for us.
So this is going to be really awkward when I announce later on in the show that next week I've got The Rock.
There
It's
you
going to
go.
be real awkward. Eric is like, so you awkward.
He doesn't return.
I
our
still
phone calls
remember it was a couple years ago. He was in like the hot story around here because he had a ranch built not far from here.
Okay.
And while they were working on it, they were putting in a home gym for him to work out at.
Yep.
But until then, he was hitting the local Gold's Gym up. And there was people, on TikTok, Instagram, all that, showing videos with him and all that. And he would try to slip in and out unrecognized, but obviously, who he is, that was a little hard to do. But he was signing and stuff for people then. So it's not out of the question for there to be legitimate ones, but
Oh, sure.
I don't think Rick's were, but
Absolutely. Zach here says everybody keeps talking about new shows, but won't attendance wear off? People are asking if Dallas would scale back number of shows not long ago. Card boom is over. So let me actually touch on this because this is a valid point here. There is a balancing act. There is. But at the same time, the market has the opportunity. It goes back to kind of the content thing as well. People were talking about, there's so many videos. That doesn't actually matter. Like it doesn't. Because you can still choose what, if the content's not good and you stop watching it, over time it'll drop off. Like you just stop watching it. Your algorithm and the feed will start adjusting a little bit for you. You'll start being gravitated towards the stuff you are actually consistently watching. But if you keep clicking on stuff you don't like, hoping that this will be the time the video is good, well, then you're getting what you're getting. I don't know what to tell you. And I taught people how to do the little thing with the 3 dots, and you click on it and said, don't show me this, basically rejecting the video, or you could reject the channel.
Yeah.
If you reject the channel, then it's no longer on your recommendeds. It's gone. If you really don't like it that much, that's an option. So you can choose. You can curate your feed a little bit. Not perfect, but you can do a little bit if you're like, really, this is giving me it's not serving me. It's actually, the content doesn't work for me. That's an option. Totally an option.
How do you get rid of Tinder and Grindr and all those other ones? So,
Dang. Facts. Not next week. There you go. Yes, sir. Good stuff. Chicago. Yep. Get in Wednesday at noon. Good stuff, Michael Ham. I'll be looking forward. I'll reach out. I'm looking forward to some reports. I want to get some reports from the people that are going. Wes says, I am old, but not a cranky old man yet. Give it time, Wes.
Give it time. It comes.
Dave says, Bob Feller signed every weekend, sometimes twice. Johnny Bauer's like that here. He
Yeah.
still does it to this day, and he died years ago.
yes.
I'm sure so you probably touched on it, but both Ty and Mike took the vids down. Yes. I did give it some coverage at the beginning of the show. Shared a couple of details. So, John, if you get a chance later, go check out the beginning of the stream. We do touch on it for a little bit. And then we'll kind of leave it at that for now, because unless there's a good reason to, we don't need to revisit it. But I did share some new information, that hadn't been necessarily shared fully. So y'all do with that as you will. I leave it to you. I'll trust you. Used to difficult to find shows in Florida before COVID. I had to hit antique and flea markets. Actually, there are better deals at the antique and flea markets. Fair enough, Stu. Thank you. I wonder if The Rock has ever signed a rock. I think I know a guy.
Mm.
I think I know a guy.
Mhm.
What is there a garden behind that door? You don't want to know. Ever. In the 1990s, shows boomed throughout about 1994. When the strikes hit, attendance plummeted, and by 1996, you watched the paint dry. That's when a lot of deals threw in the tower and shows dried up. And I still went to Expo. I did. It was really good for the promos and stuff. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun.
All I can tell you is right now, there are shows just about every weekend in my area, and they are packed. The people running the shows are very happy with the turnout every week. They're making plenty of money. The autograph guests, are pretty good. And you can't walk down the damn aisle because there's too many people. They keep getting more and more complaints saying, listen, there's too many people. There's too many people. You got to get a bigger room. You got to, get the tables further apart. There's no place to walk. You can't stop. And I mean, these are the complaints that are happening at every show in this area. Is that the rooms are too small. There's too many people. The tables are too close together. And it's just like this the whole time. And there's literally been cases where, the whole aisle is moving in one direction. You get to a table that you see something, but the push from the crowd, you can't stop and even look. I mean, I've literally experienced that at one show in particular that I can remember, that I felt as if I could not stop and look at what was on this table because of the push, because the aisles were so thin, and there were too many people there. So things are looking really good at the shows in my area, and they're like, there's a show in Woburn tomorrow, and there's a show in Methuen on Sunday. There's two.
Both these sound like made-up places, Bubbles. We know for
mythical.
a fact there are only 3 places in Massachusetts. We've talked about this. There are only 3 places in Massachusetts.
I know.
Worcestershire,
What's
Peabody,
Yeah.
and Salem. So
That's
why
right.
are you making up these other little sub-territories inside? Is it like in the Worcestershire County? Is it in the Salem County? Is it in the Peabody sector? Like, what are we doing over here?
Might as well said Hogwarts.
Look,
I was just trying to sound smart.
let's just make a place. We can't have false hashtag scholarship. What are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Come on,
I'm
man.
sorry I lied.
I've been seeing more empty dealer tables at shows the last couple of months. I think it's going to be, like, seriously, I think it's going to be a your mileage may vary thing. Like, I'm being serious. Like I said, Bobby, myself, and Brad, and like experience, I've seen opposite sides of it, and I've reported on it in these little smaller shows. The show we did at that one was not well attended. Maybe it was wrong time, wrong place, wrong location, whatever combination was. Same promoters, different locations, seemingly worse location. There were people around. Dealers were moving some stuff. Prices were reasonable. I was able to get some stuff, have some fun with it. I could have stuck around. There was still stuff going on at the show when I left. It was just right. It made sense for me. I did what I needed to do. I got a chance to chat with the folks I wanted to chat with, and I was good. But that didn't mean there was nothing going on. But everybody had the opportunity to get some deals done if that's what they really wanted to do. And this is a smallish show. Another show is not going to be so good. This other show will be fine. The expo generally does very well, especially these days. Nowadays, like most of it. And we've broken it up, some sections of the show.
Yeah.
You put it over in the other hall, life's going to be tough. But you put it in the main area with a lot of this stuff, plenty of traffic. Lots going on. Same show.
Yeah,
So
that has to
it's-
change, though. But anyway.
Absolutely. I agree. Local shows are doing okay, but nothing like what you're describing. No, that's fair. Covered that one. Thank you, Wes. A show in Woburn. Is that another one? Sound like the baseball player names? Mr. Burns doing The Simpsons? I know. They still have witch trials in Salem? Yes. I told him make
Yes.
sure if we burn a witch at the stake every hour. Eric?
Just in October. It's not
Just saying.
year round. It's just in October that we do that.
Next, he's going to tell us that Reginald Gumshoe Featherbottom is going to be signing autographs at Peabody. Bob knows things, buddy. Bob knows things.
He was here last month. Okay.
Does he also have a
It
restraining
was
order?
quite
Is this a
a
Marcel
turnout for
situation? Is this a Marcel situation? Does he have a restraining order against you as well?
No, he's a baseball player. I had no interest because baseball is stupid, and anyone who likes baseball is stupid.
That's what you claim now.
Mhm.
That isn't the story that you were telling in other venues, but we will hashtag Bobbles. We will hashtag expose this man another time. I think I might have to prepare a couple things. We're going to find out about Bougie Eric's baseball background when the time is right.
I mean, he named off an entire roster one night just off the tip of the brain, like he watched the game yesterday.
Because it is scarred me since 1986, and I haven't enjoyed or watched baseball since. So I know every single one of those bastards who ruined the sport for me.
All right.
That's debatable.
That I believe, Bobbles,
You're a
the
pretty
terminology here
keen
is
one.
thou doth protest too much. Just saying. Carlos says Bobbles look like he's distracted. Shopping for more kilts online, no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
No.
If he's going to be Bobbles and kilts, he's got to build up the inventory. And the problem is the thing that's going to happen is when the National finally jumps the shark, Bobbles is going to have half the floor space for his kilts.
Pretty much.
That's going to be what's going to happen. He's going to slap a couple MLB logos on and go, all right, we're selling these things. We're selling through.
Finally.
Could I sew some patches on them and like make them?
Yes, Bobbles, yes.
That's an idea.
Bobbles,
a new niche.
Bobbles.
A new niche.
Bobbles, listen, if we learn nothing from my discussion with Jake, 90s B-Ball cards, I got ideas, man. I got you. I got ideas. Don't worry about it.
I actually, since they've been brought up so much tonight, and if anybody's followed the eBay store, one reason I haven't messed with them is because I know once winter gets here, it will be harder to find stuff each week. So I've just been kind of setting them back. So in wintertime, I have plenty of stock sitting there. So there's no rush on them.
You've set aside the kilts for winter time.
Well, you know something? Baubles going to the National and selling kilts was the same as the meat guy going to the expo and selling meat.
He does.
Bobby, this could be a legit challenge. Who would rake in more amazing cash? The meat guy at Expo or Baubles and kilts?
Got to be the meat guy.
I think he's got the edge, but I'm just saying, like, I think
Strangest damn thing I have ever seen at a card show.
This could be compelling, man.
You walk down the aisle. Card table, card table, card table, card table, meat table.
What's that smell? Yeah.
It's like,
right.
Eric, what you should do is if you're gonna be a hashtag influencer, when you come down for the fall one, you should do a selfie with somebody from the meat stand.
I should.
That right there, that right there is a great pose for IG. Do it for the gram, Eric. Do it for the gram.
I should.
It'll be
People would be like, "Where are you?" "Oh, I'm at the Toronto Expo, obviously." Look, this guy has. Wait, seriously, is it like 3 full tables? You think he has? His setup is
2.
huge. It's got to be like 3 tables, right?
The thing is look, if you really think about it, it's genius because obviously the food is overpriced. So realistic, that's where the bank is made, man.
I thought last year they did a great job. I thought the pizza was good, and I thought it was fairly priced. Unlike the year before, when they wanted $400 for the worst hot dog that I've ever eaten.
Bobby,
well, the National ran out a couple days last year.
Yeah, Bobby, should we when we get closer to the fall expo, should we do like basically what the National videos will fail to do and give a proper expo preparation thing? Because at the expo, it's really easy for us. Like we can actually do it'd be really easy. Because with the expo, so I'll give you a quick one, and if y'all remember by fall, you'll hear it again. The thing with the way the expo is located is that they've got a plaza with a bunch of food establishments just beside, basically a parking lot walkaway. So the pro move, if you don't want to pay like the maximum price on whatever, yes, the food is sometimes adequate, but it's overpriced. Like it's stupidly overpriced. However, if you're willing to walk across the parking lot, it's it's a couple minutes. But there's a plaza there where there's a couple of different stops. There's the Sub Place. There's this other one. There's a Timmy's there.
Timmy!
Yeah, of course. But the point is, but that stuff is normally priced. They're charging the normal price or like whatever. So you can get a coffee, you can get a drink, you can get a small food stuff. It's not going to be this crazy nutritional crap, but it's a hell of a lot better than convention food, and you're paying less.
And you can't get a chocolate stick there. I've tried.
Alas, no. But you can get some donuts of other varieties, and you're going to get it at normal price. It is the normal price that it will be in any other Timmy's in any other place. And again, it's just a parking lot walk away.
Yeah.
That's the pro move. Like, if you don't want to pay the maximum price, like, it's literally, you just take a stroll. You'll lose some calories on the walking over, and then you can come back.
You're right.
Done. That's a legit tip. That's better than comfortable shoes. So
You'd be there in 6 minutes. Yeah.
exactly. Like, it's not far. No, it's not far at all. Does Eric know the Red Sox is into the World Series? He considers this to be fake news.
I know you may not believe me. I did not watch one pitch for any of the World Series victories. I had no interest. I hate the sport. I hate everything.
You've never
about
watched
it.
the Boston Bruins ones either, have you?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was riveted to the Boston Bruins round 2.
I
games
watched
this
the
past
Boston Bruins ones, unfortunately, and I'm.
Did you
still
all
not
see the
over
Boston
it.
Bruins round 2 games? It was amazing.
Thank you. That's real nice.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Eric,
who you remind me of?
Eric, I've still got the Boston Bruins tribute video. Do you want me to play it?
Don't do it.
You
I
remember it, don't you?
No, I don't remember anything.
Bobby, should I?
I don't remember anything.
You could.
I could. Bobbles, blink twice if you think I should play it.
Well, I mean,
Can't blink, tap.
you would be playing it for a Leafs fan, so
I don't think Bobby's too concerned about that. All right, I'll play a little bit of it because, frankly, it's a good one, and I love that fact that I still got it. Here you go, y'all. If when during the hockey playoffs and Eric's prodigious historic run of getting everything wrong, this was after the round 1.
The NHL's all-time win record now belongs to these Boston Bruins. They win their 63rd game of the season.
A few moments later.
On him. Verhage wins the series for Florida, and this joyride ends in a Hindenburg-like ending. The Bruins are the second record-setting team in a row to drop the series in the first round.
The rest of it was a fun compilation of tweets and such. And at the end of it, I'll skip ahead a little bit because it's like 30 seconds of other stuff. But then it ends with our favorite. I gave you the truncated version. I took off about 30 seconds off the middle.
I don't think that was necessary.
Never gets old. Bobby, it makes me so happy that I still have it here. I was like, at a button's push, I can bring it back. It's great.
I don't think that was necessary.
Oh, it was so necessary.
It was enjoyable for sure.
It really was. It was Bubbles, I dare say it was nearly a golden era. The best part was the announcer saying it was a Hindenburg-like. he couldn't even say Hindenburg disaster. Like, he struggled trying to say it like Hindenburg-like. And I'm like, as soon as he said Hindenburg, I'm like,
There you go. The idea.
I know what I must do. I put in the work, so I kept it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Eric, anything for you.
what do they say in Boston, Eric? There's always next year.
There is. There is.
That's what they said about the Red Sox for 86 years. Yep.
And
Do
the
you
Celtics.
hate- do you hate it?
And
Not the Celtics.
Bob Jackson
Celtics.
enjoyed that one. Jim in Florida
68
enjoyed that
franchise.
one.
Everybody's enjoying it. All right, I'm going
Hey,
to tap out, guys.
Sounds good, Bobby.
Lucky.
Actually, I'm like you, the way you used to be, Carlos, because it's hot in this fucking. The air conditioning does come in. It's a garage that's in the house kind of thing, you know. So, But it's fucking hot in here, man. What you went through before is like, holy, that's making me fucking pass out.
9
Anyways,
years, Bobby. 9 years.
fuck, I know. I can't stand 9 minutes. Like,
Fair enough. Bobby, have a good night. Pleasure
I'll
chatting
be
with you as
well.
always.
Bobby.
We'll talk later.
okay, ciao.
Have a good night. Only would have made a bit better is a jar of mayo. There you
Screw
go.
you, Bob.
Is Jack Edwards ill? Lord knows.
Uh,
Bazooka
mentally.
Tom says, "Oh, so necessary, so necessary." Brandon says, "Oh, the humanity." Facts.
No.
Facts.
No.
Absolutely. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that, Bubbles. I enjoyed that playoff run, and just the procession of Eric getting it wrong every single round. It was actually amazing. By accident,
And
it's a
I would like
50-50
to
chance each
remind-
round.
What was better about that? Let's rewind back to the NFL playoffs when Eric was gloating that he predicted all of the games right in the NFL playoffs until the main game, in which case he got wrong. And then he's been on one hell of a run of just being wrong since then. When he started bragging about being the only one that got all the games right, and then when it mattered, it was like those, what was that team? Oh, yeah, the New England Patriots that went undefeated and then lost the one that counted.
Hmm. Yeah, well, that was the last tweet that I had on there because let's say I skipped it because when I edited it together, the main joke was the Hindenburg thing because that was perfect. Like as soon as he made the reference, I was like, "That's beautiful." But I did include a bunch of tweets and things that talked about how Boston Bruins had lost the most Game 7s in history. There was a whole bunch of things, including that post that talked about the Patriots also being the one to have like the best regular season record, a record regular season, all this stuff, and then to lose it in the in that moment. And I was like, yep, Indeed.
You did good on those playoff games in football though, Eric. And it's impressive that you got every single series in the NHL playoffs wrong.
Yes.
That is a hell of a streak. So
that is actually as difficult as getting every single one right. It is literally the same probability. Like that's actually impressive.
I hate you both.
I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Thoughts on Ace and Peter turning down MSG shows?
My heart strings are like, oh, it's too bad. That would have been awesome to have him at the final show. Peter is in poor health and probably would do more damage to his legacy if he showed up. And Ace is on his own tour, and he's coming to New England to 2 different stops. So I'm hoping to get tickets to at least one of them. So, they got other things to do. They haven't been in the band in freaking 30 years.
Amazing. Eric says, "Are these guys your friends?"
No.
Wes says, "Who needs friends like these?" Everyone.
Nobody.
Does, Wes. Everyone. What good is it if your friends can't torment you and enjoy and relish your pain?
I have family for that. You two can go screw.
I'm way better at it than most of your family.
Oh, none of you are better than my mother at it.
Well, mother's like elite. We respect Kathy. We respect
she's
Kathy.
number one.
Plus, she has experience. She's the OG.
Yeah.
She's the OG.
Yeah, she's 49 years of just killing me. Yeah, she is.
And she can put mayonnaise in your cookies and shit.
I know.
We can't do that.
Like she has access to poison you directly.
That's
Amazing.
what I need to do.
Yeah.
So you guys were talking about hitting up Crumble. I need to see if they will come out with a mayo cookie.
That's disgusting.
And I will be sure to let them know that I have someone very interested in a large order of them.
That's disgusting.
It needs to be done.
Throw up.
It needs
my
to be
God.
done.
I am going to throw up. Just the idea of it, the thought of it, just. Ugh.
I think there's probably a recipe where they could substitute like the eggs with mayonnaise because it's kind of
Bubbles,
a
it would
similar
make me so
thing,
happy.
and-
It would make me so happy to watch Eric's face if it turned out the secret ingredient was mayo all along.
Oh my God.
Like for consistency in the mix.
Oh, come
Obviously, we put
on.
other stuff on it.
to make them smooth and maybe that's
I'm just
how
throwing
it
it out
gets the
there.
name Crumble.
I'm just throwing it out there, man. I'm just
Oh
asking.
my God.
I'm gonna actually Google it. Can you use mayonnaise to make cookies?
Oh, you definitely can. Totally.
I am
I
hitting
remember
the
those
mute button.
63 in 20 years. Fair enough, Jim.
Oh
I'm not
my
sure which one
god,
you-
there is mayonnaise cookies.
Yes, of course.
There's actually a thing.
Yes, Bobbles, of
I
course.
have
Yes.
to. Yep. There we go, Eric. Mayo cookies from Crumble has to be coming up.
Amazing. Bob Jackson says, how's your mom doing? Did I miss the Kathy update? So, Bob, you did miss. Kathy actually popped in briefly. Did thank people for their well wishes. Do you want to give a quick update, Eric, there? Just a short one?
Yes, in all seriousness, she's doing really well. Thank you for asking. Thank you for the well wishes last week. She is progressing great. Physical therapies, very impressed with her progression. She's not in horrific pain anymore. Just a little discomfort from the surgery, getting better every day. And so, yeah, everything's really good on that end. Thank you.
Very nice, very nice. Bob Jackson says you can use mayo as a replacement for oil and eggs in some recipes. That's what I'm saying. You totally could.
There's
not
a
making
bunch
that
of
up. You totally
peanut
could.
butter mayonnaise cookies, chocolate
Amazing.
chip mayonnaise,
Sensational.
oatmeal mayonnaise.
It's disgusting.
Bo Sukadam says, do you think I can find a rock art at the National for $66? Come on. Glad to hear it, Eric. Good stuff. Lapper says, glad to hear
Thank you.
she's doing well. Thank you, Lapper. You're reporting 4.5 feet of water in the mall that hosts CMG. Could
Oh,
be. Could
God.
be. Name says all the best to Kathy, not to Eric. Facts.
Shut up.
His video like gives Kathy healing powers. Yes, Bob. Yes. By the way, speaking of your friends, Eric, I got this anonymously from people who remain nameless. Again, not me.
Here it comes.
Here's a suggestion.
Uh-huh.
Can't beat the mojito in this weather. Like get yourself a mojito.
Oh,
Very seasonal. Bubbles, I'm starting to think. Bubbles, help me out here. I am beginning to think that there are some people who just might enjoy the pain of Eric out here. I'm just questioning. Just throwing it out there. I don't know what's leading to this.
Mayo sticks instead of chocolate sticks.
oh.
Man, whoo! Or I could get mayonnaise donut instead of jelly this mayo in the middle. Viciousness. I love it. I love it. All right, folks, question. Anything, so we talked some national, we did a little bit of that. We talked about some regional shows and all that stuff. We covered that, got that. Destroyed Eric's, personal constitution. That was good. We've all dealt with the devastation of Bob was not making national, so very sad. Anything else you guys want to touch on? Main topics or anything? Like I said, we did the stuff with the graders and stuff, but truthfully, like, it is what it is. Good luck to those that are going to do some things with it. I'm glad there is a little bit of competitiveness in it. Could have been better for some. Other ones I thought was decent offerings. I did the video earlier tonight with the ComC thing with the grading. I think anytime you can make it easier for some folks to grade under certain circumstances, I think that's good. And I think more options is good. So that's just kind of my high level major points on that one. On my end, let me ask this question. Anybody had any fun pickups or anything recently that they've added? I did actually win a card while we were doing it. I had the snipe set up, so I'll quickly show a card while we're doing it. But I just want to open it up and ask the question for anybody else if they wanted to chime in on anything. So I'll share this one. So added a new... We got this one here.
Beckett slab.
I know. I wanted to help out Eric. He was feeling bad, and I wanted to help him out a little bit. So this is from
Jersey or
2006
Mayo?
Topps. Yeah. But speaking of Bobby's word from earlier, this is 2006 Topps Paradigm. Yeah. And this is the career highlights Jersey Autos. Kind of an interesting thing. I actually like when they use that kind of silver foilish sticker. If you're going to do a sticker, embed it in there and use it. I actually don't mind those foilish stickers. They're actually all right. They're pretty decent. And it is related to a stat and everything. It's got some game used on it. It's fine. I think it's cool for what it is. It's all right. That's one of those ones that's funny. Like, I wouldn't take it out of the slab because there's no point in me incurring an extra cost. But the slab doesn't add anything for me, so I just basically bought it at what I would consider to be the raw price. That's the approach I took to it. But a 9 is a clean card, so for a memorabilia card, a 9 is fine. Nothing wrong with that. To each their own.
Well, it has plenty of jersey on it, so that's cool.
Bobby says fake auto. Rick approved already, Bobby. We're good. We're good, man. Rick said we're good. If Rick says we're good, that's good enough for me.
I picked up a couple of things in the mail.
Were they also certified by Rick?
I'm really into this set. There's no way I'm ever going to be able to collect all of them, just financially. But when I see them cheap, I grab them, and I just think this is a really cool set, and I love how they're kind of framed. This is Dennis Potvin. This is the trilogy script from I think 2003 and 4.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah.
There's the Yari Curry.
Mm-hmm.
I have I think I have a couple of more coming in, but it goes with my Stan Mikita and my Mike Bossy that I already had. I just think they're really neat. I really like how they're set. They're kind of framed and in there, because all it is, I think, is like they wrote it on little white pieces of paper, and these got
I think a lot of those are Avery stickers. The game did a lot of that as well. Basically, it was like a white Avery sticker, a stack of them, and then you could basically it's still a sticker auto, but what you're doing is you're embedding it so that the auto is a little bit recessed inside by the way you do the card, which is not a bad idea. It's like it's a decent way of protecting the autograph.
Here's a sticker auto of Cam Neely that it's just put a sticker on a card. I mean, it's not that great, but I think if you do something like this, more people would accept sticker autos if they were framed like this, and inserted like that. I just think it looks a lot cleaner and nicer, and like care was taken. The other one I got was another Neely on card from just an awesome set. This is his older autograph when he was younger.
Yep.
And it's on card, it's huge, it takes up, half the card, as opposed to, again, his newer auto on this little sticker they throw at the bottom. I mean, which one's nicer, right? So that was my mail pickups this week is those 3 autographs of Potvin, Curry, and Neely.
Gotcha. Read a couple of comments here. Dave says, "Is it true that He said Brad shot. I assume you mean shop. Got flooded." That was the same thing Hockey Canadian was talking about. I know they had inclement weather. Funny enough, I was actually having a phone conversation with Brad earlier today, and he was in the car, and you could hear the rain on the windshield. So it was a heavy downpour. I don't know what the situation is over there. I'll reach out and ask, but I genuinely don't know. But I know it was raining pretty hard, so if it was doing it, that was earlier in the afternoon, so if it was still doing it for the rest of the day, then yeah, it'd be a lot of rain, so I don't know. What was the first relic card that used memorabilia from retired historic players? I know In the Game started that in the early 2000s. I don't think they were doing it in the late 90s. Most game used memorabilia, not everything. Most game used memorabilia started around 96, 97, 96-ish. So you got a window there of a couple of years. I don't think in the first year or two they necessarily went to retired players. But it wouldn't have been long after that. It wouldn't shock me if it was like 98, 99, somewhere in that range. That'd be my first thought. But each sport would be a little different, I guess.
I can't say I remember exactly. But I would say the mid-90s.
Yeah, so Paul's saying 96, 97, Montana, who's retired by then. Okay, so in football, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Again, that's why I said each sport would be a little different. I know for hockey, the first series, all the players were still active. So that was fine. Baseball, I think, was the same.
I don't know if this was one of the first ones, but this was...
Yeah, but this is a game used relics, Eric. These are not the autographs, the relics.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
For the
autographs, we can come up with an answer, but for the relic, game used relic, it's very specific.
Well, then I don't know.
Yeah, I'm throwing out. There's a couple of years there I could see. Paul mentioned the '96 or '97. If Montana was in one of those when he was already retired, then that probably is a good answer. I don't know. I really do think it would be sport dependent. The first one for hockey that comes to mind for me, honestly, was the be a player stuff. Just because I know they did that, and they were good about. And I know that at the time they had a lot of material. So the Vesna pad was a famous one, obviously, but they had done other legend stuff before that. But that was a famous one, like the literally Vesna. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, and autographs are a different thing. Yes, absolutely. Autographs are a different deal. That was before. But for game use, that's a good question. That'd be a good trivia question. Do you know the answer to French, or are you just asking? Yeah, here it is. I agree.
Here it is.
Amazing.
Somebody sent me something, and I thought it was important, and it really wasn't.
Gotcha.
So, but they were possibly talking about the show tomorrow in that town that doesn't exist, and
Important.
whether or not he was going or wanted to make plans or whatever. But it's not that case.
Gotcha. Bubbles, just a question for you. Since we talked about it earlier, anything new or interesting coming in your way, or seeing the course?
Well-
What's going on in your world?
I haven't picked up anything recent outside of those hockey cards I showed you guys that I got.
Gotcha.
Very reasonably priced. And that order will be coming back. I should have it tomorrow.
Yeah. And you did pick up your Rock the Rock, so that was we've chronicled that pickup. That was a big one.
I set it out in my front yard. I wanted to get a little aged to make it look more natural.
Right.
So it's out in the front yard right now. When people come up, they can see that I'm the proud owner of a Rock. So that was pretty cool. But no, the Ray Bork Atomic got a 9.5. So I was pretty happy with that. I was hoping that it could get to 10, but those look like the way they cut them. I guess they're finicky about the edge, the way it's kind of like, I don't want to call it, they're not like chipped or anything, but like it looks bubbled a little bit. I think that might be why they didn't give it the 10. I don't know, but and something I was sitting here thinking about earlier, and it's funny you brought this up. I just totaled up how much money I've spent on eBay on cards this year, and we're closing out July soon. It's very shocking to me that I've only spent $85 on eBay for the year. Now,
Bobbles, I spent more than that on the phone. I just showed.
let me explain that I did buy the Jason Robertson. I found the listing on eBay, but the deal happened off of eBay.
Right.
So, that one was $1,300. So, you throw that in there, it bumps the number up a bit. And then there was some show pickups. But on eBay, I've only spent $85 on cards this year. So that's kind of surprising to me. But it goes back to what I've talked about before on here. There were so many pickups that I've kind of just been settling in and enjoying and relaxing on the buying a bit because there was so much of it happening. I sent off 5 of the 7 cards that are coming back that I just sent off in this order were cards, and on topic of the National, they were cards I bought at last year's National, and they've just been sitting in a box. So I dug those out, sent them in. I shared those credentials. Those were pretty cool. The Barry Bonds, what the hell? The Fractal Matrix.
Okay.
Had to come to me. The Z-axis Fractal Matrix. That Jordan Star finest reprint that I sent in. So there was a lot of stuff that I had picked up last National that have just been sitting here that I'm finally digging out and starting to get to. So just because I'm not buying doesn't mean you still can't have fun. Y'all know the same thing. Eric's got boxes of stuff behind him. You can just pull stuff out and then enjoy it. You forget you have shit at a point.
All the time.
It's almost like it's a new card again because you forgot you had the damn thing.
Well, I put it on my desk and replace it with one that's been sitting here for a long time. Yeah, because I'm like, holy crap, I don't remember even buying that.
Yep. So,
What I think you should do with that Bork card is when it comes back, I think you should send it to me so I can just take a closer look at it.
You want to re-inspect it?
Well, yeah,
Like Mike
I
Baker on it.
yeah, I want to make sure that you got.
Let's
the
make sure
correct
it's a
grade.
good 9.5. Make sure it's a good 9.5.
Yeah. So I think you
I'll
should
tell
send
you-
it to me so I can take a little extra look at it.
I messaged Carlos when I got it in and pulled it
Mhm.
out and everything. I was like, this thing is clean. I knew it was going to grade high. I was hoping maybe it could get to 10, but it's tough to get a 10 on them damn things. But it literally looked like it had just been in that penny sleeve and top loader since the 90s.
So, Eric, which
So-
one is going to be our favorite headline to come out of this for the aggregators? We got Bobbles denounces the National, or Bobbles declares SGC pop control.
Oh, geez.
We got it's like, oh,
I did not say
it's
pop
like,
control. I said I was
Yeah.
hoping
you did
it
you
would
you
get the
implied
10.
it. You implied it, Bobbles. It's like, oh, this is pretty clean. You kind of stuck
Oh,
with the
I think Pop
9.5. This could have been a
Control's
10.
much
This could have been a
conspiracy theory.
10. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
I showed her. I was like, damn it, they couldn't give it the 10.
Bobbles,
I
this
did
is
say that. I
sounding
was
awful.
praying.
Where's SGC Pete? This is sounding like some pop control, and the boss is not happy.
yeah.
Question though. No, I can't do it.
About pop control? Go on.
No, I was gonna say, should I crack it and send it to PSA and see if I can get that 9.5 to 10 bump? But nah, I'm not doing it.
Bobbles, it's not like we've cracked any slabs tonight.
Yeah. Well,
You have a mug?
I don't need a mug. I'm very familiar with how to crack SGC slabs, and
But my
to be very
technique was
honest, it's not
beautiful.
hard.
Bobbles, my
need
technique
a
was
mug.
beautiful. It was impeccable.
No, you don't even need a. You don't need a mug. You can get another item from your kitchen.
Can. Got a few pen autos today with the Crosby Patch from Black Diamond. Happy new PC edition. Good stuff.
Nice.
For 115 Canadian. A Crosby Patch from Black Diamond. That's nice. That's all right. 115 Canadian. That's fine. think
I
that's
will
all right.
say I'm about to over double because it's not a sports card, but I'm thinking about picking up an actor, or I guess she's an actress's autograph from a show
Okay.
that me and the missus likes to watch, and the show hasn't been on for a couple months now, so her autographs are down a little bit. I think it might be a good time to buy one before the show comes back on season 2. So I am looking at that.
Is it Blossom?
Don't know who Blossom is.
Wow. Wow. That's 1980s. That's 90s polls. They definitely got a season 2. She went on to be on Big Bang Theory. She did the actress.
Yeah,
It was
Mayim
isn't
No,
it
it's
Mayim?
actually-
Isn't it Mayim something?
Yeah,
Mayim?
Mayim Bialik. She's also the host
Yeah.
of Jeopardy now.
Is she?
No, we were watching The Last of Us, and I wanted to pick up a Bella Ramsey on her Game of Thrones cards.
Was it
but
whenever
they
you're good? Just give me a thumbs up.
skyrocketed. They skyrocketed when the show was on. They're down a bit now, so I thought about grabbing one.
Good
so-
evening, Wes. How are you?
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
You
I
got
can
it.
hear you
Yeah.
perfectly. Wes, help us out. Can you tell Bubbles what Blossom was?
How are Bobbles? You were like 40 when that show was on.
140. Come on. We talking about the Revolutionary War, bro. Come on.
That's right. Yeah, that was right after Vietnam, I think, is when that was
Yeah.
on.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it came on after MASH. I think it came on after MASH. It was a
That's
big
right.
one.
I mean,
Blossom
like-
actually was very popular back in the day, Bobbles. Like it really was. It was
Was.
actually a big show at the
Because
time.
of Joey Lawrence. Joey
Yes.
Lawrence was the big star.
The only
Yes.
thing
Well, I'm
I
not
can
gonna
say
play-
that because he doesn't know it, and my shock. The only thing I can say is, "Whoa!"
Wow.
That's all I
Wow.
can
No,
We
say.
got
to
it.
be fair, and I'm not gonna play like a victim or anything like that right now. Growing up, I didn't get to watch television. Like,
Right,
if it
because you didn't have a
wasn't on the
TV on that
rabbit
one
ears-
road
No, I didn't like.
on the
If
farm.
it didn't show up on rabbit ears or whatever, I didn't get to watch TV. I
It
didn't.
was
Right.
NBC. It was
Did they have TV?
NBC.
Yeah,
around?
they did.
They
Yeah.
didn't have the talkies yet. The talkies hadn't been really fully fleshed out yet. That came
Awesome.
after. But the problem is, Blossom at that point would have been a lot of music in the background, a lot of piano. Dun,
Yeah, a
dun,
lot of
dun,
piano,
dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I was
Wes,
a big fan of her. Her best friend on the show, Seven, was her name.
Ah, yes.
What dye
yeah.
do you use in your beard? Maybe that's what I need to
I don't use any dye, sir. Salt and pepper all the way.
Well, I just went with freaking salt. I forgot about the pepper.
Yeah,
Because
you
you're
gotta
older
sprinkle
than
it
I
in.
am, aren't you?
That's mine now too. But
It
yeah,
tends to
all-
be. It
all-
tends to go one way or the other. Bobbles. You end up either doing the salt and pepper thing because the way it worked out in my family is that
Thank you,
we
Dufex.
go gray super early, so there are like streaks in it, silver at first, and then it goes. But there's enough black that in this screen it's not there. But if you go in the sun, you're gonna get the silver streaks in it. You'll see it.
Yeah.
It'll pop
Yeah.
more.
I can't wait until we can see between the hairs on your head, Carlos.
Tell
Because
to
the sun-
Carlos
'cause the
Senior.
sun
He's
reflects.
he's almost 70, and that ain't happened yet.
I got the Mayo
Actually,
color.
your mother's side of
We
the
gray
family.
early West. It stays. I'm sorry. It's a full. He's got a luscious head of fully gray hair.
Wow,
think it's
you have
your
a
other side of the
splotchy
family.
beard because you can't have a full head of hair and a full beard. It's not allowed.
Well, my younger brother would agree with you. He's got a much thinner hair, but the beard is full. So you're right about that.
Good.
You're right about that part.
It's
Dufex
nice to meet
says
you, Eric.
six
I've
nuts.
never met you before. It's good to talk to
Pleasure.
you.
Thanks for coming on.
Sure.
You got to give
Absolutely.
him shit though, Wes. That's part of being.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm here to give
yes.
you shit, Bobbles. Eric gets enough.
That-
Thank
okay, all right.
It's no
That's
such
fine.
thing. It's no such thing. Oh man. Silver is appreciated by gorillas, Carlisle. All right, Carlisle. But Wes, I figured it was a good opportunity to introduce you. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Just sitting
absolutely.
here helping my LCS pre-grade some cards.
Yeah.
so that's
It's boring as hell, isn't it?
Dude, I
How's
got.
that coming along for you? Have you
I-
just gotten bored and just started handing out fives for no reason?
I was telling Dak yesterday, I'm so fucking sick of looking at Jabari Smith and Chet Holmgren and Ellie De La Cruz cards. Oh my god.
I'll tell you
So
what
Wes-
happens is and you've probably already gotten to this phase. You'll go one of two ways. You'll either start getting lighter on being nitpicky, or you'll get harder and start setting shit aside because you'll question yourself.
Yeah.
Should that, like, what would that get? Did they give you a minimum number that they wanted, or did they tell you to give an
No.
opinion?
So the box of cards, I put some of these in Discord yesterday. It was a crazy assortment. I mean, there was gold kabooms, there was 18 one-of-ones, there was rookie patch autos, there were dual patch auto one-of-ones. It was just insane. It was probably $100,000 box of cards, and the only direction I was given was 9 or better. And so
Yep, that's
that
what most people say.
immediately
Yep.
knocked half of the RPAs off of the table. Because I mean, even in sealed one touches, they just get beat up. So
They
I,
do, yep.
I burned through that stuff pretty quick, but it still took me 19 hours to do the 2 rows. So
Oh.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
So
not
so
not
actually,
consecutively, but yeah,
Yeah.
over the course of
I've actually got. So let me get Colorado Spurs dude's questions since it's directed to you, Wes. And
All
then actually, since you brought up something interesting that reminded me, and I actually think it's a good question. It's actually a good topic that'll play well into this for a second. So first, Colorado Spurs dude says, "Y'all listening on and off here, but listen how much longer is Zach Martin playing another 5 years?"
How much longer is Zach Martin playing another 5 years? Well, Colorado, I think you answered your own question, buddy. I think he plays
For at least
5 years. Yeah.
There you go. There you
How
go.
much longer? Yeah.
How many more
I hope he
five-year
gets his money.
plans does he have?
Yeah, I'm gonna be. It would be a real kick in the nuts if he left for another team in these final 5 years. But whatever, you know.
That was fair enough. What I was going to say is, so because because you're doing those boxes and looking through that material, it's one of those things where that reminds me about the eBay thing. So, so actually this led to a thought here, because now eBay for raw cards is putting the requirement to put in a grade. Now, they went old school on this because they've got they don't have every grade category available. They got the little categories that's it covers this ground. These are the defects that are supposed to be under these things. It can create some things. So I want to take this 2 angles, and y'all can take it whatever direction you want. So I offer a couple of options here for you. That is very close to the old school grading that I remember back early in my collecting days. Because we didn't really use all the different, we didn't have a 1 to 10 scale. That wasn't really a thing really until third-party graders kicked in.
Right.
But realistic, you could be all right, poor, and then you got near mint, and near mint, and then you had this murky excellent category in the middle, and there was a lot of room for interpretation in what falls under these buckets because there's only a handful of buckets. eBay's kind of playing in these dangerous waters, is what I'm trying to get at here with the raw cards. Because it's like, all right, so near mint, what does that mean to you exactly?
Yeah.
What do you think?
So there's something that another conversation I had with Sports Cards Anonymous Dak recently about raw cards
right back.
being an equivalent to nines, and I don't really think that's true. I think a raw card should be an equivalent to an 8, because if you list a raw card, you technically put it as near mint or better, because you don't want to say it's mint, because that's an easy turnaround, or an easy return. Some people disagree with that because they think the 9 is the minimum, but I don't think that anymore. However, the new grading scale and forcing people to put the condition in there is, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword. Yes, you're going to get more returns, but 2, it's also going to require people to be more accurate with the things that they are posting. I like to buy Topps Chrome refractors. Some of my favorite things to buy, and probably 9 out of 10 of them are so scuffed up on the front that typically a scan doesn't catch. And so I think requiring that is good business overall, and just take some of the ambiguity out of those kind of listings.
But and you're looking at selects and prisms and that kind of stuff right now, doing those pre-screening. I would have to say that 90% at least cards would fall into, at best, the excellent category based on eBay's standards of the grading scale, because of simply the surface defect issue. Because on the near mint one, it mentions nothing about surface.
Mm.
And then under excellent, I believe that's where they step in and say creasing, if I'm not mistaken. So I would say over 90% or more cards should be listed as excellent.
I don't disagree. I just think I would think that generally speaking, now these days, people are more likely to take better care of their cards, so they would be in generally better condition. And so a 6 does seem a little too low, but whatever.
I'll throw in a little wrinkle in this though. I don't care how much time has gone by. I don't care how much technology we have. I still, like I said, I go back to my younger days in collecting. And part of the reason we struggled, even with these buckets, again, we don't have to be precision down to a 1 to 10 scale or whatever, 1 to 1,000. We didn't have to. We had just a couple of buckets, and people still struggled just to fit in these buckets that had
Right.
pretty defined, definitions. Like we had plenty.
Right.
Some people are just shit at grading. And by some people, I mean most people are shit
Yeah,
at grading. And they'll
they
be
really
like,
are.
why did this get or whatever? And it'll have like a gash in the front of it. It's like you can't see it. And I'll be like, I think I figured it out. I think
Yeah.
I know why it
Yeah.
got the grade it did. People suck at looking at what's directly in front of them. Surface is the most miserable one, I promise. Some people are going to get destroyed on the surface there because the flaw will be there. But if it doesn't show up on a scan, the person can't see it
Yeah.
because they're blind as a bat. And then
Well,
you still got your problem.
That's what I was saying about the. So you mentioned the 6 level, which would, you're tying in the numerical number to the technical side of the wording as excellent, near mint, whatever. But if you remove that and look at what eBay is calling near mint or better and excellent, the cards are excellent. Now I'm not equating it over to a 10-point scale. I'm saying by their word and standard,
Mhm.
90%, probably more than 90%, would fall into that excellent range. And people are going to throw the near mint because they're going to try to get the most money. But to protect your ass, I would say and suggest, and I know that discussion was going on, I guess, was it DC Sports or Four Sharp Corner? One of them was listing everything as excellent, and that's likely what's going to happen.
I do have to say that I think the eBay grading scale was written by somebody who doesn't really understand this particular market.
It's too generic.
Yeah, and then somebody was I would suspect this process went like this because this is how it happens at my job. The person who actually does the work and knows the thing came up with the verbiage for dissemination to everybody else. He sent that to his boss as part of a project. The boss was like, "Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. I'm going to send it over here to marketing." Marketing wrote it up, and then it got kicked back over to legal, and then just stripped out, and then that's what made it onto the webpage for everybody to use. Also, can I just? It's very weird to me that you ate one cookie on a plate, Carlos. That was very strange. I almost didn't hear what you were saying because I was fascinated by the fact that a person would eat a cookie, one cookie, on a plate by itself with nothing else. Like there's not a plate of cookies.
So I don't have a beard that'll catch the crumbs for me.
Right.
So if I did, I might
What
not
shirts are
need the
for.
plate. But but see, there's crumbs, and there's still crumbs right now on the plate as we speak.
It's a very
So
large
they're
plate
on
for
the
one
plate
cookie.
instead of. It's,
If it was made of
weirdo,
mayo,
He's a
it may
straight
not have been
weirdo.
as crumbly.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It happens. It happens.
Okay, fair
The lack of crumbs on the surface, it still worked out for me.
You haven't lived
Something.
until you've eaten crumbs out of your own beard.
I'll get over it. that is an argument. I'll hear your argument. But no, I was saying the issue with a lot of this is I understand the premise, and going back to what you said a little earlier, I actually think 8 is what the old out of the pack was, because if you go back to like the old Beckett's and stuff, like if you remember, near mint or close to that range was the actual grade they would consider to be the grade for the pricing. They wouldn't go to mint. Right. It certainly wouldn't go to gem mint. So like even when that became in the parlance, they would treat that pricing as, we'll call it near mint. So near mint is your 8. Near mint is a 7 by today's parlance. So right there, they considered the 8 to be like a standard grade for that kind of thing for a pack pulled card. And then obviously if it was better, we'd move it up the scale accordingly.
Right. Well, I totally look forward to this working out for everybody, for every sale, and every
Can't
auction.
see what could go wrong. Can't see what could go wrong.
Never going to go wrong.
Everything eBay has ever done has been absolutely perfect, and everyone loves eBay.
That's absolutely true. Nobody wishes for a better platform.
No, it's just the best.
There's just no room for improvement anywhere.
I think. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All I was going to say was that.
I was just reading chat. I'm sorry. I'll pay attention to you.
All I was going to say was that I think it's going to be very interesting when they keep doing these things, and we all know that like it should be better. We've got competing platforms, but it tells you something that none of these competing platforms are able to really steal market share. It's like, despite eBay's flaws that everybody acknowledges, it's still better. It's the least bad of a lot of alternatives still for a lot of stuff.
I think they just have just such an enormous market share, and you can find anything you want to at any given time of day or night. That's why they have this continued stranglehold on this hobby. It's kind of weird though. I mean, where else do you have to pay 14% to sell something? I mean, taxes are one thing, but it's an entirely
I guess here's one thing I would throw out though. Well, I guess for the fee you're right, but in a way it's kind of interesting because a lot of the regular auction houses will stick a 20% premium on it, which is now that's for the buyer. But at the same time though, that will also hurt this final sale price, because the buyer has to factor in the 20%, which means you'll get a lower bid than you would have if you weren't tacking on another 20%. So you're not getting that 20%. Some of them have started to play games with that though. Some of them will give you like a cut of that to try to make it more appealing. But in reality, they're already eating a 20% cut. So in an indirect way, they're taking 20%, which is kind of an interesting way to go about it. So it's kind of, I get the general idea, but a lot of them, when we add in all the fees, and it used to be that PayPal was separate from eBay and all that, and then, but now now you've got, the eBay payments, and you've created that thing, and you just keep tacking on all these little ticky-tack fees. So it's very strange the way it works out for that one. And of course, the biggest change back in the day was when they said, "Oh, we're going to include the final value fee on the shipping." Wait, the shipping was the sweetest plum.
That's right. You used to be able to make your margins there.
Yeah, you'd buy, like, this is before like the envelope, the standard envelope. You'd be like, this is a small dollar item, but the $3 or $4 shipping, you get to pocket the full amount. So you're getting the $3 or $4 on that.
So Lappers, is it Lapper or Larper? Lapper?
It's Lapper.
Lapper. Yeah. I'm in his Discord. It's a fun little place.
Nice.
Is the bad actor side on the buyer side, or do you think that sellers can be bad actors using this scale?
I really do think the buyer, like eBay is already skewed to the buyer, but now we created this murky window of questionable buckets of grade. If you fall just outside of that bucket, if you can successfully make this pitch and the person didn't quite get it right, if you're not satisfied that it'll grade whatever you think it's going to grade, you can throw that back in their face. I think it'd be an easy way to do it. Everything kind of favors the buyers usually. with a
Yeah,
lot of
but I mean,
eBay's
if you
decisions.
don't accept returns or have a limited return window, nobody's going to be able to send that off to grading in in time to get their money back for if you're a bad actor in that kind of sense. I know
No, I think you're
ComC
right.
did away with their 8 or better guarantee, so that was very quick.
Every single time one of them tried to do one of those pre-grade services, it always made life difficult. Starstock tried that with the A's and B's and all that stuff back then. Some of the eBay grading skills. Same person does the eBay listing for the vault. Old Beckett had EX mint for all pre-World War II cards. Yeah, for pre-World War II, absolutely. They shifted it down. Mint in the 80s was pack fresh, OC or not. Yep. 5EX, 7 near mint. Why is 6X mint, not EX near mint? Oh, now you're getting into the nitty gritty. They use eBay than PWCC or Golden! Exclamation point.
I've never used Golden, but PWCC is pretty useful sometimes.
I bought some nice cards on there. I can't complain. I've definitely gotten some decent deals, at least at different
People
stretches of
have
time.
lost their asses on PWCC auctions for sure.
Yes, absolutely. This is 14 is fair in my opinion. Setting up a show costs similar. Yeah. As I say, like I agree with Wes's premise. That's the only reason I threw in the 20% thing from the auction house. In an indirect way, it affects your bottom line from what you're getting back as well. It's a little harder to quantify, but it does change the net, what you're actually coming back with. They just call it something different. They put it on the other side. But if the price is lower, then didn't we accomplish almost the same thing in a certain way?
Right.
If eBay went to
I
8 to
was
10%,
just,
go ahead, Bubbles.
I was just looking at my eBay fees for the year so far.
Yep.
I have just the eBay fees, not shipping or any of the other stuff. I'm closing in on $8,200 paid to eBay this year.
Yep.
They make
Wow.
a shitload of money.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a new horse in your town.
There you go, Wes. There you go. I like it. But he's right. Like, if you really break it down, like, if you're a seller that sells any decent amount of stuff, the fees add up. A fee on this, a fee on that, and you just keep tacking it together. I guess it could be used on both sides. A good point. Buyers are generally protected more than sellers. Yes. That's been very much the...
Yeah. I at one point in time when I had some more free time in my life and I was working at the shop, I was running the eBay portion of the shop and constantly having to deal with, customers that just were bad actors.
Mm-hmm.
And every single time, eBay would just, vote for them or whatever you want to call it, side with them and screw us over.
Yeah.
And it was like 100%. I even, there was one in particular, I even got somebody on the phone because it was the situation was so egregious that I just chased it and got somebody on the phone. I'm just telling you facts. It was clear that it was an Indian woman from India, in a giant room filled with more people.
How do you know it was an Indian woman from North Dakota? What are you doing?
It was one of those silly call centers over there. And she spent, less than 5 minutes with me and said, no, we're siding with him. It doesn't matter that I explained it, went through details, read emails to her, all of it. They will not side with the seller. And when the seller knows they have no shot at getting a fair deal, and then they can get ripped off and the platform will do nothing to protect them. There are lots of people that I've spoken to over the last handful of years that said, I no longer sell on eBay, on the eBay platform, because it's not worth it. It's not worth the stress. It's not worth the loss of money. It's not worth the shipping costs to have to pay to have somebody, ship something back to you. and because you're out of money even more. I mean, you can return their money, but it really got me frustrated for a while. I'm glad that I'm not doing that, and I'm not in charge of that anymore.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
I had
So-
I sold a friend's synthesizer on eBay in 2002, and on my eBay account, and I let him package and ship it because it was his synthesizer. It was his job.
Yeah.
Well, he I don't know how this happened, but the guy he was sending it to got a hold of him over I don't know, through PayPal or something, but got him to change the address that he was shipping it to, and he shipped it to an empty house. UPS just left it on the steps, and somebody walked away from it. And then the person that they used, the credit card that they used, got charged back to me. So I had a $2,700 chargeback on my own personal account, and so I actually had to fight PayPal for years before they let that go. It took probably 2 or 3 years to get out of that.
Crazy.
Yeah. Once you get stuck in the vortex of it, it's very difficult to get out of it.
Yep.
And I was just going to use the example because obviously Bobbles, we joke about it. He's got his businesses that he does a lot, some eBay stuff and other things as well. So he's obviously putting a lot of stuff through there, different categories and such. I'm not trying to do nearly anything, but I do sell some cards through eBay, obviously at a much smaller scale. But even I've racked up $1,800 in selling costs on eBay this year. We're in July.
Crazy.
And I don't have more than 50 or 60 or even 70 cards on eBay at any given time. I'm small potatoes by the relatives, stores that do tens and hundreds of thousands, legit stores that, get Rick to authenticate rock autos, the big ones, the big guys. But even at a smaller scale, $1,800 is $1,800. That's fees.
Yeah.
So that's a percentage of the overall actual sale, which is great. But eBay gets $1,800 from me, even as a small, small fry in the grand scheme of this thing.
That's a lot of single cookies on plates. It's a lot.
Let me tell you. Whew,
I will say the chargeback situation, now that eBay is handling payments, I've actually had it happen twice to me. Both were, one was on a $1,000 transaction, one was on a $1,200. To Colorado's point, both of them were sports cards. One was a Boba Fett, one was a Fish Boy.
Where's your first problem?
eBay actually never deducted the money back from my account because they really don't have any control over it. It's between the buyer and their bank, and then eBay forwards them the information of the sale and all that, and then it's basically on the bank's decision. But if the bank decides in the favor of the buyer, and in my case, I can't speak for everybody, but in my case, they never actually took the money. They kind of, I guess, they insured the transaction because they're handling all the payments now. So that is one thing with chargebacks. So
for sure. By the way, Eric, is it bad of me that now that Wes has revealed something about himself? Now, I used to have not like Oreos, but you could get like the mini Oreos inside the bags. So the bag would have these mini Oreos, and I kind of wish I had a bag of mini Oreos because I would just eat one mini Oreo with the plate underneath it at a time, which is one.
You need a turkey platter.
Yeah, but I would get the full size plate and have the mini Oreo, and I would do it just for Wes.
Because that's going to make me look ridiculous if you do that.
I think that'd be fantastic.
That's going to be, people are going to be like, haha, Wes. No.
Not an issue. No, Wes, have you seen this show? Have you seen this show? There is nothing we can do to possibly be ridiculous.
Yeah. What's that, Eric?
They'll realize that he's a complete psycho.
And that's different from before, how?
Yeah. No, nothing's all the same. Yeah. Wes, you don't
I lose nothing.
You don't actually watch this show, do you?
Yeah, I mean, it comes and goes. Like, I'll drift off to sleep and then come back and wake up, and you guys are still going. Yada yada. Mayonnaise.
Why would
cookies.
You do that to yourself?
I don't know. Torture. I mean, obviously, I like tedium. Yeah. I mean, I was pre-grading cards for somebody else. I think I like tedious shit. Is basically what it comes down to.
Oh, you spend a lot of time talking, the football with Dakota, so you enjoy tedium.
You did get something out of doing that, right, Wes?
What's that?
I'm saying you got something for doing it, right? Like
Oh
you
yeah,
charge
100.
them
Yeah,
or
yeah.
transaction for the LCS or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I got a bunch of cash, and then I also grabbed. Let's see here. I grabbed a Randy Moss PSA 10, Topps
Yep.
Chrome, and then a little Torrey Holt auto. So, and a bunch of cash. So it's fine. I mean,
Sweet cash prize.
whatever. I
Love
don't
you,
need it,
Cass.
but it's fun. Yes, sir.
It works out. So Paul, you can you can shoot Bobbles that question. We always leave. If you ever want to know those numbers, you can always shoot Bobbles directly. You know that. Dave says, look at it this way: 8,200 is about what you'd spend to set up and travel to 6 regional shows with full booth, hotels, food, gas, depending on the regional shows. Yeah, but eBay's protect the sellers with the authentication process. I think still a little hit and miss with the authentication process, but I get your general point.
Okay.
I've not
the
had
others
any
I know-
problems with it. It's been great.
and that's great. And I think that is a good thing. I personally, not from the store, not the business. Me personally, I have never sold a card for over $250 that had to go, to get special hands-on white glove treatment at eBay. I think the most expensive card I ever sold is like $100. It's so there's nothing protecting me.
Right.
If you're always going to go with bad actors who are buyers, who either don't pay or they get it, but they realize they could have got another one cheaper, so they buy that one, and then they complain that yours wasn't in the right condition and wants to get it returned. That's the big one. That's a huge scam right there. They hit buy it now or whatever, or they win the auction. You send it to them. The transaction's complete. You don't think about it again. Then all of a sudden you get, they see one that's cheaper, buy that one, have that one sent to them, and then they tell you, oh, well, it was as described. It's not in the condition you said it was. There's a nick here. I want my money back. And you're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
And
You just gotta
eBay
take
will not stand up for you and protect you. So now you got to give the $100 back. Now you got to pay for shipping to have it sent back, and you have to wait until all that transaction is done before eBay will give you your money back.
Yeah.
And the guy on the other end, just a complete scumbag.
Yeah. I generally go through life like trying not to cause anybody else any more trouble than absolutely
Opposite.
possible.
Go
Yeah,
I'm about to say, Carlos doesn't understand the words coming out of your mouth.
that's correct.
I think what you're talking. No, I understand them. I understand them to be heresy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can be heretical. I need to return these 2 cards I bought from you 4 months ago because it was such a hassle.
And I am prepared to pay you back fully in pennies.
That's fine. Canadian pennies, or
It doesn't really matter. You can't cash either at this point.
it's fair. Yeah, we had the hell of a time getting that thing done. That was wild.
Mhm.
eBay is kind of a pain in the ass. For
Sucks.
context, I bought 2 cards from Carlos, but one showed as coming from the U.S. and the other showed as coming from Canada, and we couldn't combine the 2 purchases, even though I won those
Because
auctions
one
within
was
a
on
day
the
of each
.ca
other.
and one was on the .com platform.
Yeah.
It could acknowledge that he was the same buyer, but it acknowledged the same address. All the things aligned. It's like, guys, you literally under the same umbrella, and you will let me list stuff on .com that will appear on .ca. So a Canadian buyer can buy from .com, but if it happens to have been listed in .ca, it's 2 entirely different. There's a firewall, and the 2 shall ne'er meet. And it's like, I don't understand. I don't get it.
What's really funny is that I only figured out it was you because I was like, I started looking at your other for sale items, and I was like, this is a lot of Madonna for somebody in Canada. And I just took a flyer and was like, is this you? And you were like, oh yeah. So we worked it out, and then I left positive feedback using ChatGPT.
Oh, good.
I had it write positive feedback for you and filled up the box as much as I could.
Love
It was effusive praise.
It's beautiful. I enjoyed it. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I was going to quickly touch on Orlando's statement here. We talked about this. Dakota has the longest live stream that I'm aware of. That isn't like a charity thing. That isn't one of those deals. I'm talking sports cards, whatever. It wasn't quite, as Paul's saying, it wasn't quite 9 hours. I think it was 8.5. Now, the problem is Dakota delisted a bunch of that stuff back then, but I think it was 8.5, right there in that neighborhood. and I was on there with him the last 3. He went on so long that I was doing something else. I came back and I hung out with him the last 3 while he was doing it. But yeah, I want to say it was like an anniversary stream or something.
Wasn't he drinking too?
Oh, of course, absolutely, 100%.
We've done like 6, and that almost killed me.
That's a long
Well,
time.
the record's still
I think
7.5.
my
I did it with
longest-
Steve. The record here is 7.5 because I did that with Steve.
Yeah,
Still
I don't
not
want
much
to.
to
I don't
say.
want to do that ever again.
I think my
Well, I don't think you were on
longest
that one.
was 6
No, but I
and a
think
half
we
or
did one that
something.
was like 6, and I was like,
Yeah.
an entire work day. No, screw this.
I think that back in those days, I think I did those on Sundays too. The 7.5 was into Monday morning. I was like, all right, time to go to work.
Jesus. No, thank you.
No, I mean we were going to bed at like 3 a.m. I'm like, I got to get up tomorrow. This is stupid.
Yep. Is the Seabay's first step to dealing only in graded cards? No, there's way too much money to be made on eBay. eBay has to do volume. They're going to make it a pain in the ass, but volume. There's too much money. I talked about that 1800 for me. I'm not out there selling $1,000 cards all the time, and not all my cards are graded. But there's plenty of value. So like we talk about how on YouTube there's all these. We get this skewed view of the real world. Like, we're not all Wes who can spend 20, 30, 50 grand in one weekend just because, he had a good time. The ambient does crazy things. But anyway, the point is that
There's a limit.
most people are in
Credit card limit.
Absolutely. Most people are like the 20, 30, $50 range, $100 cards. Like, that's most people are operating in that scale. So if you just did graded cards, most cards in the 20, 30, $50 range don't warrant being graded. It makes no sense. Like, why would you? So the singles, raw singles, is going to be that entire category for most people.
Yeah. Do you have a fridge in your room there, Eric?
Yeah, in the
Yes.
office. Yeah.
Hell
Of
yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Why
What do I
wouldn't I?
need?
Mini fridge, buddy. Mini fridge.
I was
guess I
looking
need a mini
through my
fridge.
lives.
Absolutely, no doubt.
It holds 4 cans of soda, like this.
2 jars
Yeah.
of mayonnaise.
And then if I want, to,
I got a
Okay.
jar of mayonnaise in this one. Do you want me to get it, Eric?
so I can fit 6 in there. It's only like this big,
Okay.
and it's right here next to me.
Perfect.
But Eric, did you ever consider getting a larger version of that, or do you just specifically want it to be? Do you like buy a case and have to dole it out and like restock the 4 cans?
Yes. Yeah, I
mean,
don't. Why would I
better than
want
putting
something bigger?
one-
Perfect.
One cookie in there, or something
Yeah.
weird.
Like we're gonna listen to
On a
this site
plate.
tell us how to do. Ah, Jesus!
That's not even real mayonnaise, dude.
It does.
It's worse.
Look at his reaction, Wes. Do I need real mayonnaise?
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Also, who keeps real mayonnaise at their desk?
Yeah, the guy's a psycho. I'm telling you,
Just saying.
he's a
Wes,
psycho.
none of these things bother me in the least. I
No,
embrace
it
every single one
shouldn't.
of them.
I mean, you get to be your
May I
weird.
remind you we have Paul in our Discord? Do I have to go send you to go visit with him at the crawl spaces? Like,
No.
is this really the spot that you want to try this with?
Yeah, sure.
So gross.
Just throwing it out there.
Good
Is
times.
it
I
gone?
mean, where's he going with it? You put it back
knows?
under the desk?
He's nuts.
You blind? I literally have a mini fridge behind me.
I thought that was like a dehumidifier or something. Who can tell what the hell is behind you?
Get your eyes fixed. Stop being old man eyes, and then see behind me. It's a mini fridge.
I have 2020.
That's where the beer. That's where I get the beer too.
Okay. Figured you
Beer's
just
in there. I basically
skedaddled
just
off
turn
with it.
around but it's more fun for me to show the mayonnaise jar and just make it appear on screen, just for
weird.
Eric's benefit. I could literally just turn around and grab it, but it's way more fun for me to like make it a special effect and just make it
I
appear.
came.
I don't have anything weird in here.
A minute of throwing up earlier. It's just you guys need
I
to
heard
knock
you.
this shit off.
I don't have anything weird in here. Nothing. There's nothing weird in here. I don't know. Maybe I.
I don't know. You got some inappropriate Zach Martins that are like in the OnlyFans. Anything
I
like that?
wish.
Like, no?
I wish.
Just
This would
saying.
be one of
Throw it
one,
out there.
sir.
Throw it out there.
Yeah.
Zach Pierce says, isn't the seller protected with the authenticity process? They can be. It does help because the authenticity guarantee helps because if they find it to be legit, they send it over, tracking is good, and then the seller tries to pull some shenanigans, then you actually have some protection.
Yep.
That's the time when some protection actually starts kicking off, which is
Yeah,
good.
it's always a sweat. Like you start sweating when you sell a big card, and send it off to somebody before eBay authenticity, and I had a 3-day return policy. So I'm just like, hopefully this dude doesn't return it. But now eBay says it's good, and then that's that. I don't ever have to deal with it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in that instance, so like to Dave's point from earlier, in those instances, I agree. That's a decent feature. But it's like you would get one good feature potentially under the right circumstances, and 57,000 other policies that work directly against the seller.
Yeah.
So the list is growing in one direction exponentially, and occasionally they'll throw us one bone, and that's like it. It's like, well, guys, we could use a little bit. And Orlando mentioned as well, we can't leave negative feedback.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
If the buyer's being ridiculous or bizarre or doing something like
yeah.
my favorite thing, and the transaction technically didn't end, but it's like best offer, or they win an auction or whatever. Oh, I found it at a lower price elsewhere. Can you cancel it? I'm like,
Yeah.
I would like you to allow me to give them a negative feedback, because that's bullshit.
Exactly.
Even if I need to relist it, like the relisting's free. It was a 1 week auction. Like I just wasted a week. There were other bidders. Like if you didn't actually want to buy the thing and pay for it, why did you waste my time? Like finish your transaction. It used to be, eBay used to do the whole thing. It's like, oh, that's a contract. It's like, apparently not anymore. It's a contract you can get out of anytime you want.
Yep. If you're, but if you're the seller and you had it up for auction and it went for too little, you can't play that game.
No.
Right? You can't be like, hey, listen, I know you won this, but I was really hoping that it would go for $100 and it only sold for 50. So can we just cancel this? No. eBay is trash. I mean, listen, I'm on it every day. I'm a hypocrite.
The best part is the sequence of legitimate statements. eBay is trash, but I'm on it every day.
Yeah.
No, I'm a straight hypocrite. I'm telling you. We all are. We're sitting here bashing it, and all four of us are on the thing every day. So,
very true.
Buying or selling. It's
Well,
the devil
look
you
at
know is
Colorado.
better than the devil you don't.
I'm going to get to the comment. I don't want to dust in this thing. Hold on, people. I need to move through the chat here. Good evening, Dave. I was waking up while you guys were going off the air for that episode. Very true. Paul says, for as much crap as to get, eBay has a great way to get $3 on a 25-cent card at a show, $20 for a $5 card live, and $75 for a $20 value slab bin find.
It's true.
Return suck and bitchy buyers. We start dealing turn $10 bills into 50s. I'll deal with the bitchiness. There you go. Anyone want to talk Dahmer's fourth victim? Wes does. He's very excited about it. Colorado sports car dude. Amazing how the sports car market has matured on eBay. I wonder how long eBay keeps control. Seems like it may forever. Well, given like what we talked about earlier tonight was, oh, and by the way, I caught that up. Someone clipped that and sent it to Dustin. That's how you do it. The best of the worst, yeah. But that's actually an accurate statement. It's not perfect by any stretch. There's so many things wrong with it, but it's better than a lot of the other options for the amount of eyeballs we get, for the potential marketplace that's there. There's stuff on there that you can leave sitting. You can, as a small seller, if you're using just the free stuff, you can relist something for a while. Maybe nobody sees it, and you're like, oh, will this ever sell? One day you wake up and like 5 of them sell. And you're like,
Right.
Well,
okay, the right person came by this today, and they just decided to buy 3 things. And, okay, awesome.
So here's the way I think of it. And there was somebody mentioned earlier, like, MySlabs has the best seller fees, and there's ComC out there and all these other selling platforms. You have, tons of them out there, right? PWCC, all that stuff. But it's just like PSA has the stranglehold, and everybody talks about how they screw up. eBay, people talk about how they suck. And then I'm going to compare the likes of CGC, who does a lot of shit right. They have the cheapest grading. They have the pop report, or the set registry that people want. It may not be the greatest, but whatever, right? You get my point. Great slab. But people don't want them. They want PSA. MySlabs has better seller fees. People don't want to use that. They want to use eBay. Look at when you price a card. What platform is all of the comps out there based off of? Nobody is comping off of, well, it sold on PWCC or it sold on MySlabs. Nobody gives a shit about that. Nobody's going to sell a card at the MySlabs comp that was 20% lower than eBay because the seller sold it cheaper because less fees or whatever. everybody's going to go to that eBay comp.
Mhm.
eBay has the strangle. They're the ones that put Beckett pretty much irrelevant. We laugh at the folks that use the Beckett magazine for pricing.
Eric.
Outdated. You use eBay now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it is what it is, and it's the double-edged sword of sports cards. All of the companies that we bitch and complain and say suck are all of the companies that have the stranglehold for the marketplaces and grading, and Panini sucks, but they had, you know, all of these cards that are thousands of dollars. Like it's a revolving circle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We want
Sure.
things better, but nobody wants the change.
Mhm. Now we'll throw in one thing. Dakota sponsored by them. ComC has certain things that do make sense on their platform. Like obviously, Bobbles, you talked about how you prefer to do it, and that's perfectly fine. But for some folks like us, I'll grab a small stack of stuff, and at the expo, I'll drop it off at the ComC booth. There's some stuff that I can actually sell on that because I don't have to do it right away. Yeah, exactly. And it makes sense for like $2, $3, $4 cards. That all right. Even if I say 50 cent intake, well, here's the thing. The problem is it was sitting in there gathering dust anyway. On eBay, I just can't move it I don't have standard envelope, so it doesn't make any sense. I can't move it, but I can put it on ComC. Oh, 50 cent intake. Yeah, I'll put it for like $2, and if somebody offers me $1.75 or $1.60, I'll take it, and it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
At least I may, and it's a 5% fee at that point. Between the two, it's like, well, at least I got something out of it. I got $1 and change. I actually have that.
And I didn't have to do anything except hand it over.
Correct. Yes.
So great.
But at the same time, now I guess it depends on what you're doing, you know, what you're doing with the funds. Yes, it's 5%. Yes, you know, it's easier, whatever. But you're paying that intake fee up front, and then if you want your cash, what is it, 10%?
10%.
Withdrawal?
Yeah.
So then you're paying more fees because eBay's 30 cents.
Yeah. I'm not cashing it out.
14.
Very rarely, Bobbles. There's almost no scenario where I'd want. I'm not, again, because I'm doing small dollar stuff.
Right.
I'm basically recycling it and using it as credit to purchase items because I will find stuff, e-pack stuff and whatever. So I use it to buy other items that serve me. And that's basically what the ComC is. So I allow it to recycle itself.
Yeah.
Well, if I wanted to send ComC cards, I would probably need
a bulldozer.
$30,000-$40,000 just to pay the intake fees.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
That's why you do it in lumps. So I have this ComC pile going, and then I just got a ComC order in. These are my favorites. I love getting ComC orders in. It's like Christmas over and over. And then I'll take like a third of these, and then they'll go back to ComC, and then I'll buy more of this stuff, and on and on.
I've debated on firing up Whatnot. I've been an approved seller on there for like 2 years, and I've never ran a sale on there. But not like the shenanigans shit with all of the whatever the games and all that stuff is. Just simply running a show. Like I used to do it on YouTube all the time. I would just do, you know, live auctions on YouTube. But it would be easier to use Whatnot for the payment processing because it sucks ass keeping track of everybody and then, you know, invoicing that way. So I've thought about doing that.
Could you do a Whatnot show where you literally mimic the QVC? You literally just borrow that. You literally just show up one day and you are Don West from 1994. Fleer!
Yeah.
I'll have to go dig some of those sets and shit that I have in the garage that our favorite YouTuber.
I'm just saying you could. We'd probably be on the Discord chatting about it while you're doing it, and we'd watch that shit.
No, I've thought about it just for fun and like, you know, start at $1 or whatever and let the shit run. The only thing I got to figure out is like a shipping thing on it because obviously you don't have plain white envelope on there. So,
people typically buy in lots, so they have to pay full freight for the first thing they buy, and then it's like 50 cents for each additional thing.
Yeah, that could be something too.
75 cents.
Lots. Yeah,
and it keeps track of everything for you. Now, I will say, if you do start doing Whatnot, you really need to have a following because you will lose your ass. Yeah. So make sure you're not trying to sell anything major that you know is worth X amount of money because you're not going to get it.
If I decided to do it, I would schedule it out and be sure that, you know, people on YouTube and Instagram and all that shit knew I was going to do it. I wouldn't just, oh shit, let's do one this evening and have nobody there because people ask me and that's why I got approved to begin with. And then I was just like, I just never did it. So,
see, when I get on Whatnot, I end up with like a bunch of hockey cards from teams I don't even care for. Like I don't give a shit about the St. Louis
Boston Bruins.
Blues.
Yeah, they're pretty garbage.
No, they're fine. They're fine. But like, why do I need a Vince Dunn RPA? Well, it was $6.
Who doesn't need a Vince Dunn RPA?
Yeah.
Come on.
So I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I've never
Come
bought
see
on
Pile.
there, and I've never sold on there. So
Yeah.
So one other thing,
but I am
gonna add as well,
approved,
Bubbles.
so and I've thought about it. But
You
One other
should.
thing I was going to add, Bubbles, and the irony of what you said is accurate about the comps as well. But the irony of it is that in some ways, if ComC had ever actually made that data available, the ComC comps for some stuff is probably some of the most accurate because you can't take back. You bought it, you bought it. That's the price. Now, some stuff will go a little lower than it should. Some stuff might go a little higher than it should, but most stuff finds its market, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
But the deal is the deal. The price is the price. This is actually what it's sold for. We don't have to debate it. We don't have to guess. And those are fully... ComC is literally sitting on a database of legitimate data points for some cards that are commonly traded. It's like, yeah, that's how much it's sold for in a PSA 10 or BGS or whatever, or the raw copy. Oh yeah, we sold 100 of them. And these are the price points. It's like, all these data tools would love to get that actual data if ComC made it available. It's like, ComC's sitting on a data gold mine for some stuff to be able to give you some good information of sales that you have no choice. It was completed. It's very rare it gets turned back unless something weird happened.
well, fellas, I'm gonna head out and
Me too.
get some
I gotta go.
keys, but
Sounds
Eric.
good. Thanks for popping in, Wes. Thank you,
Well,
Bobbles,
we
as
usually-
always.
I
we
will
could
find
try to
an
wrap it up at
awesome
midnight,
recipe.
but we only got 4 more minutes anyways. But if you want to,
Yeah, I basically ended right around
you want to
time,
dump, you want to dump with 4 minutes to go. Go ahead.
Well, fine. I will wait 4 minutes just to give you 4 minutes more of shit.
If we see you squirming,
I was gonna say, Bobbles, get in your 4 minutes worth. Get your pound of flesh. Let's go.
yeah,
But
I think I should put my child to bed at some point. It's probably a good idea.
Go for it, Wes. Go for it, Wes. I'll catch you later on the
Wes.
Discord and send slander your way.
Wes,
See you later.
whereabouts are you living?
I live in Austin, Texas,
Oh, okay, great.
Yep.
So you're
home
about
of the
so what,
105
it's like,
degree evening.
it's like 11, almost 11.
Correct. Yeah.
Mhm.
And he's 9, so I should
You
probably
should have been in
tell him
bed
to go
3
to
hours
sense.
ago.
That's
Makes
true.
sense.
Parenting, Wes.
Do it,
Good
Wes.
parent.
Have yourself a good one. We'll talk.
All right, man. Y'all have a good evening. Nice to meet you,
Take her
Eric.
easy.
Take care.
My
Bye, Bob.
pleasure. Take it easy.
Sounds good. All right.
Hey,
Of
does
course,
your
Of course.
is your doctor at the Mayo Clinic?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We can cut out early. We don't have to.
No, Eric, you asked for this. You earned this all by yourself. All by yourself. You
I guess
tried to shame the Bobbles, and now you're getting it. This is all you, buddy. All you. Wes is right, but at the same time, it's like Eric asked for this.
Oh yeah, that was corny as hell, but I had to say it.
Yeah, it was like it was there, man. It was there. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
2
What
more minutes. 2 more minutes of this shit.
to...
That's it.
Yeah. But anyway, it's been a good conversation tonight. Some good topics and everything. Especially at the end, there was some good conversation about some of those platforms as well, because that's a fact. There you go. Name
Yeah,
appreciates it.
look who's supporting you. Congratulations. That is the type of human being who is supporting you. Good for you.
I don't know. Name seems like a much better human being than you. It's a low bar, I understand, but like compared to you, like what are we even talking about here?
I just want you to know that right there. That is your support system. Good for you.
Derek, would you lick Mayo off Booby or cards?
I hate you, Paul.
Ooh, we found the soft spot,
He had to think about that. There was a hesitation. There was a hesitation pause, Bubbles.
and he didn't say no.
No, he didn't. Absolutely not. By the way, one other thing I'll quickly mention, because like I said, I've talked about here how ComC is doing a better job. The items ahead of my order thing is still really stupid. It's very weird the way they'll do their thing, because when you ship it, this is when you're shipping items to yourself. They'll say items ahead of your order, and it'll change, but it's like,
Oh,
but it
yeah.
always starts off at like super high numbers. I'm almost there. I sent for this June 29th. I didn't pick the slowest. I picked the second one that actually has some tracking, but still slow for Canada. Still slow. I've got 105,203 items ahead of my order.
So here, speaking of CompC, and I've seen the announcement that they're going to offer PSA
Yeah.
as a service.
Yep.
Do you think that this could potentially be a big W for Upper Deck, being so many cards from Upper Deck are funneled through ComC with that partnership that
Yeah,
it
with
could
the EPAC, yep.
actually be a huge W for Upper Deck.
It can be. I think it's good. So my general angle was that it's good in general because it gives you options. You don't have to use PSA, but it's another option. You've got CGC now and PSA. In a perfect world, I would love to have SGC there as well. Like, give me more options. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. And for the companies as well, it gives them more business. Like, what's the downside? And then
What is
people
the
can figure out
price difference between the PSA and the CGC options?
CGC, you can get grading for 15 is the lowest, I think. And for PSA, it's 24. I'll get you the exact, but I believe that's right.
I don't think Wes is putting his kid to bed.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
I'm just saying.
I think that was just an excuse to get away from you. That's really what I wanted to do. I understood.
Oh, that makes sense then. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, all right.
No doubt. So if you go PSA, it's 24, and I'll give you the turnaround and the maximum value. So 12-week turnaround, basically what their value is now anyway. So about 90 days, give or take. $4.99 max value. Regular is estimated 4-week turnaround for $75. So those are the two normal PSA ones. Yep, it's not cheap. Now, if you do CGC, what they got going on for CGC, because you can pick this, you can compare the two for the same card if you want. $250 max value for bulk is estimated 8-week turnaround. Economy is $1,000 max value, estimated 6-week turnaround. That's CGC. And if you want 3-week turnaround, $10,000 max value, it's Express, and that's $64. So that's CGC. But you can get 15 bulk. 15 bulk covers a lot of like PC type stuff. So 15 bulk isn't too bad. So we'll see. So I tend to agree with Wes. For EPAC stuff, for especially like Upper Deck hockey cards, there's a lot of stuff that sits on EPAC, and because it's so easy to get it over onto ComC, because for ComC it's instantaneous. If the cards are available, it's basically I'll do it, and then I'll get an email within like 20 minutes, half an hour, and it's transferred on my ComC account. I can sell it, I can send it for grading, I can do whatever. So you've got pretty good options.
So the Bedard pop report will be probably pretty high.
Yeah, and the point that I made about the PSA one, depending on the item, $24 is not the cheapest possible. There's some bulk submitters you can do that you can get a cheaper deal with. However, you are not having to pay the shipping. This is really important because in this case, they're sending it off. You get it back. It's in your account. It's in your inventory. And then if you do want to ship it later, you can consolidate it with your other items. So you can actually control the shipping costs quite a bit. And maybe you want to send only 1 or 2 cards at a time. So you can consolidate for a while and then get everything shipped all at once. Like, play games. Or you can relist it on ComC, have them send it over consignment-wise over to eBay, sell it that way. You've got flexibility, so it's not a terrible option compared to that. And for a Canadian person, seller like me, I don't have to eat the customs fee. So it's all in the ComC ecosystem, so it's actually being done over there, and then I just get it shipped to me when I'm ready.
So if you were e-packing for Bedard, and this is a good one, and I wish Brad was around here for this, would you send off your base immediately, or would you stack them for the foils?
So there's an argument to be made for both. If you're first to market, there's good money to be made. Now, here's the thing. A lot of the people that are going to stack for the foils are literally buying cases. So they can stack for the foils super fast anyway. So for them, it's like, dozen of this, half, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's like, to them, it's like, whatever. It makes no difference to me. I can do either or because they've got enough of them. They could just make that decision on the spot. So there's some logic for those guys because they're literally buying cases worth of EPAC, and they're going to have plenty. So they can do both if they want to. SGC, isn't CGC now it's under $10? Yeah, if you got the membership, you can get it for $9.60, I think. PSA price and comps here ridiculous. For the lower end one, it's not so bad. For the higher end ones, yeah, for sure. But for the like $24, again, I keep reminding, you're not paying the shipping. You do it later if you want to, and you can consolidate it. If you're just sending in one card to PSA, you're actually probably paying more, at least on the front end. So you have to do a little bit of math. That, like, you just pull out your calculator. Yeah, I know math isn't your deal. I get it.
I don't math.
I think for most people, if they're not rushing to get their stuff back right away, I think the $24 isn't too bad. And if you've already got it in the inventory, I would not send it to ComC to do this necessarily. But if I've already got it there and the card is satisfactory, then it might not be a terrible option. Your mileage may vary, your use case will vary. Depends on what you're trying to do.
All right, we're 4 minutes over. 5 minutes over.
All right. Last Mayo jokes, Bobbles. You got anything else for him?
May you all have a good night.
Wow.
You're the worst.
Thank you, Bobbles. Thank you, Bobbles, as always. Thank you for Wes for joining in. And, of course, the Burrell. Thank you to the Burrell for joining in as well. Always appreciate that.
And just remember our coupon code for crumble cookies. Okay, 59009. Okay, make sure.
You're very proud of that. You're very proud of that.
Make sure. Oh, I got it upside down again. I'm sorry. 59009 is the coupon code for the grand opening of Crumbles Toronto.
And if you could hit the like button on the way out for Eric's wonderful code and Bobble's wonderful Mayo jokes, that would be greatly appreciated. Or if you hate Eric, you can still hit the like button for that too. That's fine.
Name, you can only hit it once, so screw you.
He can get burner accounts. Just throwing it out there. We don't pay Eric. Actually, if I did, I'd pay him in packets of mayo.
Oh, good Lord.
That works too.
Hellman's.
If it's one cookie, it's an overpay. Dang. Wow. Think coupon code is real? No, probably not. Still didn't get banned. What? He failed.
You will. I'm working on it. You will.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I will. Thank you, Wes.
Total weirdo.
I feel so bad about it.
I know you do.
I do. All right, folks. Have yourself a good evening. It's West Coast. Still Friday. Enjoy it. East Coast, Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one. We'll talk to you later.
See you later.